Good morning. Happy Monday. Welcome back to the Dennis Herrera Show. I hope that you guys are doing great today. I had a good weekend. It was actually kind of tiring because you know how it is when you're out there camping and whatnot. It does get tiring. You don't get the rest that you need. Hopefully the audio is good. I got my AC blasting behind me. By the way, Don Mitch, thank you, brother, for that gift. Like to keep it cooling here with the lights. Which, by the way, listen, you had to forgive me my setup. I know somebody just commented, why not just a simple webcam? Because I make life complicated for myself. That's why. I got things that I got to work on. I know that, but you know the things that I do are a little bit weird. But in my mind, it has to be a certain way. All right, like for example, you guys might think it's not a big deal. I wanted to have my flag. I miss having my flag behind me. So I was trying to work with the Honduras flag on the left here, like I do before. Eventually, maybe I will put both of them side by side next to each other. We'll see how that works. Um, I am working on new ideas to actually make real, the background to be real. And the whole thing is in here in the house where I have my studio, it just gets too loud in the house and stuff. So I don't do like different spots, right? It has to be just my little studio dedicated space for me to do my lives. With that being said, I have. Oh, we're gonna have a good one today. Today we're gonna have a good one. I know. Friday. What was it? Saturday morning. So Friday there was no lives. No live on Friday because I had to go to the airport and I didn't have time to actually do a live. Now, with that being said, where is my chat panel? What's going on here? I don't see the live pat. What's going on here? What's going on? What is this shit? Man, I'm telling you, man. What's going on? What's going on? I don't see. You guys actually have the chat, obviously, because you're chatting on there. But I don't see a chat on mine. Interesting. Let me refresh here real quick. Maybe that will do it. Oh, there you guys are. Okay, there you are. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. I think it's because I had it set to, I already had a preset to monitor, and that's what it was. But yeah, Don Mitch, thank you so much again, brother. Every time the AC is going, I'm gonna be thinking about you. That's a pretty nice gift, brother. I appreciate you. Man of Titanium. I'm still gonna have to get used to that name, bro, because this is Robert. This is our rubber brother, Robert Maga. Decided to go ahead and change his name to. He feels like he's the Wolverine because he has so many metal inside all over his body, and all his bones are filled with metal now. He should have called himself the Wolverine. The titanium, the men of titanium. Come on, man. Wolverine would have fit a lot better than that, man. Should have asked me before you changed the damn name. My man. Good afternoon, sir. Good to see you on here. Oh, snap. Somebody got blocked already? What's going on? Let's see. Pack Fresh says, Dennis, let's get me some content since I own you now. Oh, Pack Fresh. Well. But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna give you guys a secret. Are you guys ready for this? I'm going to give all my trolls a gift. I'm going to give you the secret. There is a secret to defeating me on my show. You guys want to know what the secret is? You got to catch me when I'm very, 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 very tired. Or when I just recently just woke up. That's when you got to catch me. After that, you're screwed. There's no way you can beat me. It is that true. Yes, it is. Dosito, good morning. Good to see you on here. Mr. Magic Man. Mr. Magic Man doesn't need to be an admin because he doesn't be cursing out here. He's a good man. He's a good man. That's that's how it works. The only reason why I have that many admins on the chat is not just to block every single comment. As a matter of fact, I'm probably going to remove all the admins here today. Maybe we'll see. But it's just because when they say ass or something, they get blocked by Streamlabs. Which, by the way, I haven't made Streamlabs a mod yet. But that's the reason why I have so many moderators, because they keep getting blocked. And then we got Sobi House in here. Brian Waza. Man, Brian is probably one of my closest brothers in here, besides Don Mitch, because Don Mitch is over here in Washington State, but Brian has been a guy that I have reached out to quite a few times. Hey, what do you guys think about the background? The background look good? You see what I'm saying? How you like that? Somebody put in the comment. You got to tell me, man. This invisible paint, man, it should be easy to work with. And I, if I didn't have the outing camping this weekend, I would have actually worked on the back to make everything the way that I want to. Eventually, it'll be exactly how I want it. I'm sure it will. But yeah, I feel like, this is kind of like a preview of kind of how the background is going to look, like real live background. And I think it's pretty clean. It's not too busy for the eye, I think, hopefully. I feel this is the American side, that I want. And I don't know why the hell I'm wearing all white today, but that's just the way it turned out. I guess we just didn't want to wear a suit today, and so we're going with the casual, lazy-ass way. Thank you guys for commenting on my videos. If you guys haven't noticed, you probably haven't even noticed, there is a different angle on my camera, and the reason for that is, so normally, when I try to come in here and set up, and I know you guys, a lot of you guys are my friends through YouTube. You guys are friends of mine. You're my family because we're all patriots. We believe in putting America first. And I'm always very personal with you. You know what I'm saying? Like, I tell you these little things, some people that don't like me, they use it against me and they want to make fun of me and all this other stuff. I don't give a shit. But for you guys who appreciate it, this is why I'm very personal. Nobody goes around and says, oh, hey, guys, welcome to my live. Look, this is a fake background. This is what it is here. Nobody does that shit. You know what I mean? So I just want to make sure that I address that for you guys. Let me make sure. Let me make this a little bit smaller. I don't like the green screen too much because I'm very limited on what I can use. Like, for example, if I want to make my camera just a bit smaller, like so, just like so, there is the golden eagle doesn't show, right here. So it doesn't show the golden eagle that's right at the tip of my flag. And so I hate that about the invisible paint or green screen, for those of you that don't know what that is. And you probably didn't notice this, but right here, this piece right here is part of the Resolute. It's part of the Resolute desk. Yes, I know it's very underwhelming because you only get to see the top frame of it, but but it is what it is. Wolverine. Robert, is that you, Robert? I love it. I can't believe that you actually got that on there. Fantastic. Hell yeah. Wolverine 1966. I love it, bro. That's a lot better. So, again, guys, the Wolverine is filled with a lot of metal in his body. The guy's got shrapnel all over his face. Guy's starting to look more like Destro. I'm going to make him change that name again. No. Wolverine 1966 is fantastic. I love that. Good job, Robert. Good job. But anyways, so, I'm looking for things to change and kind of, play around, but I let you guys know. I want you to be involved. I want you to, to have that interaction. I mean, that's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And, and then we can have conversations. If you are new to my channel, one of the things that you have to know is in my channel, we watch news. We watch news clips that we criticize. We just learn. We have a talk. We get questions. Some people don't, they just don't know how to interact with us. That's okay. There's a lot of libtards that, they never lear anything anyway. So it doesn't matter what proof or what facts we show them. As a matter of fact, the first thing that I'm going to share today, even though I want to really jump into the follow-up of Candace Owens and Andrew Wilson from this weekend, I'm going to show you a link to a video that my brother Brian sent me this morning. All right, so let me go ahead and finish saying hello to you guys. Drink your coffee. Salud, my friends. Stay thirsty. I've been drinking coffee without sugar and creamer like a real man. You know what I'm saying? Like a real man. All right, here we go. Let me see. Where did I stop? Brian, of course. Man, you know what? You know what's crazy? This is what's crazy. And I know you think I'm probably corny or maybe a little bit retarded about it. But what is crazy is that I'm so used to seeing some names on here. Like Brian. Well, obviously, Don Mitch has touched my heart in person. But, like Robert, right, which is now Wolverine 1966. To see them on my chat, when I see Robert, Brian, Man, Tanya, she's been with me for a while. I know Trinity, I still haven't heard anything from her. She's still a member, but I worry about her. I don't know. Maybe we'll do some sort of, what do you call this, wellness check on her. But, when I see you guys on here, man, it feels special. It's not the fan. It's not a fan. You guys are not a fan. You guys are my brothers. It feels nice. I miss it. I miss it when I'm not doing a live. But at the same time, you got to know that every time I do a live, there's a lot of negativity. There's a lot of bad people that come through here. And, when you work so hard to get something going, it sucks, right? When people tear it down, when people attack it without knowing why. Having the system against you. I think YouTube is a great platform. I've tried all kinds of different platforms, and YouTube is the best platform out there for doing these sort of things. And I don't care what anybody says out there. I don't care what any podcaster says out there and promoting other, social media channels and stuff like that. Nobody beats YouTube. I just don't see it. Nobody beats YouTube. I can literally have, I'll probably set up my other camera right next to this one, and then I'm going to set up my TikTok, studio, and then I'm going to go ahead and do live on both. That way I can have two separate different cameras for it, whatever. And who knows? Maybe I'll get a third camera, and then we do some Rumble, and every social media should have its own dedicated webcam. I find that the software that I use, it conflicts too much. And so I get too many error messages. Even with this, the other day, my Streamlabs software crashed. I don't know, maybe I'm pushing it too hard. Maybe I'm making it do too much. But nonetheless, Streamlabs is pretty good. You can go in and buy some stuff in there if you want, and, for decorations and all this kind of stuff. But, other than that, it's like, we're moving up little by little. There is guys that like to have people over in the show, like other YouTubers, other influencers or whatever. I will do that eventually. Eventually, I will do that. I will allow somebody to come in with their camera, and then we can go ahead and talk about it. But the reality is that this show is for me only to do alone. So with that being said, I want to say thank you again, guys, for your support and for being here with me. Thank you for being part of my family. Thank you, Red, for the gold coins. Uncle Andy. Uncle Andy is one of those guys as well that supports me a lot. We're going to go ahead and add you as a mod so you don't get blocked by Streamlabs when she comes on. And Magic Man has been with me for a while. I think Magic Man, I think Magic Man had a different name before. I forget what it was. Let's see. Let the dummies in early so you can crush them. Yeah, absolutely. Don't block everybody's comment, guys. Just hang in there, okay? Just bring it down to 50%. Bring it down 50% on the rejecting comments. Let me see. Thank you for the compliments on the background. Let's see what else we got. Look, even Robert, even you are happier with the name Wolverine 1966. I see that. Good morning, Red. Dave Engel. Looks like the helmet logo of the PDFer supporters. They love it here on the Dennis Herrera Show. Mike says, hey, Dennis, how does it feel to be part of the greatest party in the world, the Republicans? Thank you, Mike. I'm not a party guy, but today, I guess right now in our time, we are a party of Republicans. I would rather be called a party of Americans. That's what I like. America first. No Israel first. Well, here's what's interesting. I'm going to tell you something. I support Israel 100%. Let me tell you something. You need to understand something. The way that I think, I know this is going to be hard to believe. Now, everybody that is on my side, they think the way I do, so I don't have to explain it. But I know the way that I think is above and beyond what your low IQ can comprehend. I understand that. Let me try to break it down just a little bit, just for you. Everybody on the left, well, not everybody. There's some real Democrats on the left still, okay? But I like to exaggerate. So everybody on the left and their mama. That means, never mind. You probably won't even get that joke. Everybody and their mama on the left hates Israel. Now, the one thing that you have to understand is this. Free Palestine. Free Palestine. I'm thinking free Palestine. Yes, from Hamas. We love that. Free Palestine. Here's the problem. From the river to the sea. See, they're genocidal maniacs. So no, I can't support Palestine. You understand? They don't say anything against Hamas. I can't support Hamas, obviously. So I got to support Israel. You have to understand something. Whether you like Israel or not is irrelevant. Think about what else is there besides Israel. Well, we got the terrorist regime Iran, Hezbollah, the Houthis. You know what I'm saying? The Houthis. The Houthis. We have all these terrorist organizations that are against us. And everybody on the left and their mama supports them. So we have to support Israel. Do you understand the importance of supporting Israel? If you want America first, you have to support Israel. Do you not understand the logic of why we do that? Hassan Piker, for Pete's sakes, said that we deserve 9/11. How can you support El Sayed? How can you support that guy? You're supporting terrorists. You don't know it because you don't open your eyes, your brain too small to comprehend the big picture. Too small. Mr. 95, good morning. That's it. That's all I'm going to explain. There's nothing else to explain. God bless Israel. All right, here we go. Joseph, good morning. Some of the jerkosauruses that I know in here will not get a hello from me or acknowledgement. Oh, here we go. Lone Wolf. Yeah. Now, let me. I have a lot of patriots, real American heroes on my channel. We got some real great American veterans. Robert, I think it was Robert. Was it you, Robert, or Don Mitch? One of you guys. You guys send me, I think it was Don Mitch. You send me a link about this. Because we talked about it. CNN and all the leftist libtards and all those people that can never leer, They decided to announce that there is some sailors that are losing their mind by being on the sea for too long. Here is the thing. There are two things. One of them, I hear the real hero Americans that were in the Navy for a very long time. And they were tough, and they condemn the attitudes of this Navy people, the sailors. At the same time, we understand, the mental pressure. We get it. Not everybody's meant to serve. Not everybody's meant to be in the Navy, the Air Force, etc. So we know this. And so CNN and all the libtard and the legacy media decide to go around trashing our Navy, our military, our service people, everybody who's making a sacrifice. They are out there trashing. And here is what I got from Don. There has been orders. Can you put on the chat in there to remind me, Don, what is the name of the ship? So the Navy has a ship on its way to release those sailors. They have to wait. They have to wait. And I know that there has been people in the Navy that have been out in the ocean for even longer, a little bit over a year. Those are real soldiers. Those are real American heroes right there. Those sailors are the badass Americans that we have in the ocean. So the USS Abraham, thank you so much. That's the one that's going. So there is already a ship going over to relieve them of their duty. Yeah. Praise to strength. George Washington, absolutely. This is why I love having real American patriots on my channel, man. You guys know what I'm talking about. And the thing is that you guys have my back. Even though I didn't serve in the military, you guys know that what I say is true. Man, you know what I'm saying? But CNN doesn't give you that information, do they? Let me see. Was that on? Let me see, Don. Hold on, brother. I think you. I think it was you, Don. I got so many texts back and forth with Don. I don't know where the hell that link went. All right. So here it is on the phone. On the phone, I'm going to read it out for you, okay? Here we go. Watch this. This is what CNN doesn't tell you. This is what the libtards don't tell you. This is why everybody on the left with very low IQ, those people that never lear, that's why you guys indulge into all this hate and never look through the actual, do some research to understand if somebody's lying to you or not. The aircraft carrier USS George Washington will be sent to the Arabian Sea to replace the USS Abraham Lincoln, which has been deployed for more than 250 days. A Navy official confirmed the move to Stars and Stripes. It was first reported Thursday by the Wall Street Journal. Interesting. George Washington, the Navy's only forward-deployed aircraft carrier, is based in Japan. The decision to send Washington to the region was part of a regularly scheduled deployment. The change comes amid reports of sailors aboard Lincoln struggling with the strain of the lengthy deployment, including reports of attempts by some crew members to jump overboard. Oh, man, that's sad. Lincoln deployed in November and was sent to the Middle East in January. Ahead of the U.S. and Israeli military operations against Iran, the carrier took part in the bombing campaign and blockade of Iranian ports. The ship has gone about 200 days without a port call. Aircraft carrier crew members normally get port visits every 30 to 45 days, though operational needs can disrupt these plans. And I'm sure that they know this. Families of crews have publicly criticized the Navy, citing what they describe as shortages of food, inadequate air conditioning, and other quality of life problems. Relatives have also reported widespread exhaustion and poor living conditions aboard the ship. Some family members reported sailors had attempted to throw themselves overboard, and others told of sailors restraining one crew member who attempted to jump. Those are mental problems. You understand? Those are mental problems. This is what I said. Stop telling people to go and serve. Stop telling people to enlist in the fucking military. You guys are so fucking retarded that keep pushing that narrative. The stupidest sons of bitches on this earth. You are fucking guilty for people that do this. Allow people to make their choices and don't ridicule them when they don't. We have not observed an increase in suicidal ideations or attempts aboard the ship. A U.S. official said in a statement, "We take every service member's well-being seriously and have religious, medical, and mental health professionals available to assess and address concerns as they arise." Lincoln has 5 chaplains, 1 clinical psychologist, 1 clinical social worker, 3 behavioral health technicians, and an embedded integrated prevention coordination counselor, the official said. Why do you think they have all those things on there? I'm going to tell you something from experience, and I'll tell you, man, I cry. I cry like a little baby. I cry like a little bitch when I think about these spaces that these soldiers have to live in for so long. Like, my hat's up, bro. They're so courageous. You understand? I admire them because of their sacrifice. I admire them because I can't handle it. I can't handle it. I'll be man enough to tell you I cannot handle it. I don't blame those guys for thinking the way that they think. But hey, you got to prove your resolve. Are you really meant to be a sailor? Are you really meant to be a military soldier? Are you really meant to be a pilot? You see what I'm saying? Not everybody is. Unfortunately, nobody has the answers until you actually go through it. For example, this is one of the reasons why I tell people, listen, you can go ahead and say all of the things that you want about the president, and you can criticize him, and you can hate him, and do this and this and that. And blah. Okay, do that. What would you do if you were the president? You will probably destroy this fucking country. I will tell you that right now. Why do I criticize the governor of Washington State? Why do I criticize the mayors? Why do I criticize the city councils? Because they're all retarded. They're retarded in a sense that they don't know what the priorities are in this state. This state belongs to the United States of America. It means American citizens first. They don't know that. They literally, they just acknowledge them not. That is why I call them retarded. They have an issue with some veterans are still needing some help, but they decide to give $600 million for laser hair removal and breast implants for transgenders in prisons. Retard. That's what I'm talking about. Well, I'm telling you something. Trump is not failing. Listen, I don't care what you say. I don't agree 100% on everything he does, but he's doing the best that I have seen. Do I question what he does? Sure, of course I do. For example, I am with Governor Abbott on this. There's got to be some regulations. You know, I'm a big deregulating guy, but I believe there has to be some regulations and some policies that needs to be followed for these data centers to be built. I think one of the things that Governor Abbott said was that they need to make sure that they don't use the water that belongs to the residents, or something like that. They also need to lower the electricity cost for the residents. I believe so. So where do I stand with that? Do I support data centers? Absolutely, 100%. But you got to be able to make your own shit. You know what I'm saying? You got to be able to make your nuclear plant. You got to have your own power. And not only that, but they have to share that power with the grid for everybody else. That's regulating right there, but that's good for the people. Now with the water issue, I don't know about that. I don't know how they can fix that, but I mean, is water the best way to cooling off things? I don't know. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. But the point is that, we need to make sure that we listen to what our POTUS says because we voted him in. He is a righteous president. He was put in there by us, the majority of the people. That's just the way it works. You want to be on the left calling it democracy? Okay, well, we use that. So now it's time for you to shut the hell up and then get the hell out the way. If you're not going to help, get the fuck out the way. That's what I say, all right? People complain about the noise. Oh, my God, it's so noisy. Shut the hell up. Close the fucking door. How loud do you get when you're snoring? How loud do you get when you play your dumbass music? You see what I'm saying? Stop complaining, man. Shit, something's got to happen. You want China? You want to be dependent on China? This is the thing that gets to me about people. China doesn't follow. It's not as regulated as we are. China breaks all the rules, and for some reason, the leftists want to support China. Listen, I buy stuff that is made in China. A lot of it is shit, but I buy things from China. There's nothing wrong with that. But to say that we are not going to push to get things done here in the United States of America is the stupidest thing that we can do. We're going to allow China to go ahead and do all of these things. We're going to fall behind on technology. We're going to fall behind on all of these things, and our enemies are going to be ahead of us. What do you want to be? Listen, whether you like it or not, we cannot live on native times. We got to evolve with the rest of the world. There is a plan. God has everything in his hands. There has been a battle that we already won. You don't even know about it, but we already won because the Bible says so. Now, I talk about some religion. That's my faith. But when it talks to the law of the land, it is the law of the land. Interestingly enough, somebody tried to challenge me last week and called me in and talked about that Jesus Christ said that didn't say anything about following the law of the land. They like to stick to scriptures like, love your neighbor as I have loved you. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. And I'm thinking about it. It's like, well, this is why Jesus also said, love it as I love you. Because a lot of people don't love themselves. A lot of people hate themselves. And I got a lot of proof. You want to see my proof? LGBTQ. They hate themselves. They don't love what they are. They don't love what God made them. They don't love being a man when they're grown with the testicles and the penis. They don't love to grow up to be a man. They hate themselves and want to change to be a woman. Somehow, instead of giving, they like to take. I get it. That's your prerogative. But what I'm saying is the truth. Be happy with who you are. Know who you are. Stop listening to this social madness. The LGBTQ does not have your best interest in their mind. They just want power. They want control. They want to mess your brain up. They're making you pump all these chemicals in your body so that you can't think straight. They make you crazy on purpose and you don't even know. Because they've used your gullible mind to convince you that it's okay to chop your wee-wee off. And they pump you in with all this medicine and all these hormones. And you don't realize that before you know it, you're stuck. You got to accept it. I knew this very proud Mexican man. Very manly. Yeah. Had 3 boys. Tough. Tough, tough, tough. Not much love, but tough. Well, the middle one was gay. He became gay, hanging out with girls all the time. The guy thought, oh, he's hanging out with girls. You know what I'm saying? He likes girls. No, his son decided to be gay because he didn't have a self-esteem. He didn't have confidence in himself. You see, the tough act worked on the other two boys, but not on this one. This one needed a little bit more attention and love and tenderness. To realize that there was feelings that are okay to have, and then there's others that we should deny because they don't belong to us. The left will always say, you are born gay. No, you're not. Nobody's born gay. Nobody's born gay. You learn to do these things from society, from all the people. You think people automatically are born wanting to paint their nails black? You think people are born automatically to dress gothic? No, they're not. You think people grow into this earth automatically wanting to be gay? No, they don't. Hey, good morning, Cutting Edge. Good to see you again, brother. Rules for Radicals by Saul Alinsky. They used this book against us, but now we're using some of those rules against them with the problems of the WNBA. Man, I can't wait, bro. I can't wait to see. Man, those are going to be some Hall of Famers. I like how they're too old and too many injuries to play in the NBA. In the NBA. But they are very qualified to be in the WNBA. I can't wait. Thank you for bringing that up. But anyways, anybody that tries to teach you, as you look at yourself, in the mirror and you say, okay, hey, listen, I got a penis. It's a very small one, but you got one. And you got some testicles. You are a man. Now, on the personal level, I can give you some ideas and some advice to how you should date if you have a small one. You know what I mean? But we'll leave that for another day. We'll make sure that Cutting Edge is a moderator before Streamlabs cuts him off for saying ass. But anywho, if you see yourself in the mirror and you see that you're a male, then you got to practice how to be a man. You got to practice how to be a man. Yep. Nobody's born a man. Nobody's born a man. See, everybody has this misconception that you are either born a woman or a man. No, you're not. You are born female and male. Two genders, two sexes. That's it. Nothing else. Very rarely do you have both of them, okay? But those are different cases. In which case, you can choose which one you identify the most with. But when you have both of them, you actually have a choice. When you don't have both, you got to go with what you got. You can't be a woman if you have male genitalia. You know what I'm saying? With that being said, males are born and they grow to be boys. See, little boys have a curiosity, just like little girls. They're all curious. Little girls, little boys, they want to wear clothes that identifies, a gender. But they don't know about it. They don't know what that is. They don't know that if you play with dolls, well, that's meant for little girls. Little boys, you got to play with guns and toys and cars, you know what I'm saying? They don't know any better. You, as the parent, are the one responsible for teaching them. Hey, you're a little boy. You're going to grow up to be a man. You're going to grow up to be a woman because you are a female. They don't know. It is part of us. We have to teach them. So LGBTQ has done what? Somebody tell me. What has LGBTQ done to make sure that this process is interrupted? Well, I'll tell you what they've done. They have gotten their hands on the school system. That's right. The educational system. Now, the educational system has only failed us because they have been going DEI. That shit's got to stop. If you are going to allow somebody to get a teaching degree, they have to be submitted to a psychological test. Do you know why that's important? They have to be put through a psychological test because we need to make sure that these people, number one, they know who they are. They know biology. And that they understand what a woman and what a man is. After that, then you can test their skills to see if they're good at learning and blah, blah, blah. And then you give them a teaching degree. Fantastic. But that has been the problem. Well, I'm telling you, I'm 100% on fact. Truth, whether you like it or not, it's 100% truth. They allow people with mental they have this dysphoria, and they have allowed these people to become teachers. How? How low are the standards? It's like a bunch of losers lowering their standards because they fucking have no confidence at dating. Common sense. I know. They never leer on the left. They have no common sense. But it's common sense. If you're a child, this is you're a sponge. You absorb information. You learn things. This is what we do as humans. We grow, and then we grow up to be people according to our environment. Some people are grown in a very nice environment. Everybody wants to be prosperous, successful, they're respectful. Fantastic. No violence, no crime, no hate. Disagreements, little fights here and there, but it's no hate. And those people come out to be probably the best people in society. And then you got people like myself who are born in a ghetto community, in el barrio, as we say. And we grow up with poverty, with all the pressures of life, bad government, poverty, no food, the education is so hard to maintain. People drop out. People give up in school. But I had a great mother. Even though I lost my father at 4, I had a great mother who was always a female, who was always a woman, who always taught me that I needed to be a great man when I grew up. So where many fail, I succeeded. Because of my mother. See, I had guidance. Here in America, I'm going to tell you something. I went to Friday, as I was saying to you guys. I went to go drop off my grandfather. He was going back home. And I went to drop him off. And then we stopped and got some pancakes at this place called Pancake Chef, I think. The Pancake Chef. We stopped there. Now, when you go in there, the parking lot is very small. Very small. Garbage everywhere. Graffiti everywhere. But you know what? You know what? Let's give it a shot. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's up. Let's get in here. You know what I'm saying? Let's get in here and see how's the food. You know what I mean? And so I parked in this place, and graffiti everywhere. Like I said, it's very ghetto. We go inside. It's a very old building. To my surprise, it was packed with people. Now I'm a guy that's a little bit judgmental. I don't normally do this. But before I went to this restaurant, my mind was already sparking. Ghetto-ness. Dirty, narrow parking lot. One way. Go inside. Old building. I'm looking at all this. There's like this black people. There's some Hispanic. There's some Polynesian. There's some white people. There's all kinds of different ethnicities on there. And what do they all have in common? As I was sitting in there, and I know you might think, this sounds bad of me. I'm going to tell you something. I don't know. When I run for governor, I'm going to see if I can give these people a hand. But I'm sitting there, and I'm the bad guy. I'm the one bad guy in church. You know what I'm saying? I'm the guy that's going out there and just criticizing every hypocrite in the church. And I'm looking over there, and I'm looking at the walls, and they look old and kind of falling apart and dirty in the bathroom. I didn't even want to go in there. The tables are all scratched off. The chairs are all scratched off, looking old, like they haven't changed them since 1969. And it's like I'm looking at all these things, and there's some old shit everywhere. And I'm looking at the roof. There's nothing appealing. There's nothing interesting. There's nothing that says this is a family restaurant. Nothing. Just ghetto. Ghetto. And then I'm looking at some black people. Hey, listen, you can say whatever you want. I look at some black people in there, and I see them eating, and it's just crazy because I'm seeing them eating there. This guy had a suit on, okay? The guy looked sharp. He had a suit on. The seat, the booth that he was sitting on, the wall looked dirty. The seat looked like it was ripping, falling apart. The table was all scratched up and old looking. I'm telling you, I was like, wow, I'm judging too much. Like I started telling myself, I'm judging too much here. And then I see the big fat guys coming in, and there's a big mess in the tables. And, restaurants, it's okay, when people eat, you can make a mess, all this stuff. All I'm saying is that it didn't seem like anybody had a problem with the place falling apart. Nobody had a problem with the restaurant being so old and falling apart. That really stuck out to me. And I started thinking, no wonder Washington State is falling apart. Nobody gives a shit. I don't know about you. And you can have the most humble restaurant. But I don't know about you, but I got to make sure my restaurant looks good. Even if you got some cheap shit out there to decorate, it has to look good. It has to look clean. It has to be organized. My staff has to be very friendly. The only friendly person that I met at the restaurant was a transgender woman. She was bald. Kind of flirted with me, but was very friendly. How was the food? Did you need anything else? Can I get you another napkin? Did you want me to dip it? You know what I'm saying? The attention. Nothing wrong against him. If he wants to pretend to be a woman, there's nothing wrong against him. He can do whatever he wants. What I have a problem is with the educational system indoctrinating children into this sort of behavior. You confuse our children from the get-go. There is parents that are so retarded. They say, my son knew that he was a trans woman since he was 6 months old. How the fuck do they know that? Ridiculous. You see what my problem is? Got to mix up my mushroom coffee. You see my problem? It's not the transgenders. It's not the LGBTQ. I'm going to fight for them. I'm going to fight for them. They're going to have benefits like everybody else. And like everybody else, they need to stay in line. You need to wait in line. For example, right now, we're negative. We're negative in the budget. Our budget is gone. Do you understand the problem with incompetent government? Listen, they just raised $12.5 billion in taxes so that they can have a healthy budget to manage for the next 5 years. For the next 3 to 5 years. It's gone. And it hasn't even been a year. It's gone. $12.5 billion gone. And they have the nerves to tell President Trump, oh, those $10 billion, we could have used that to feed the hungry. Bitch, you would have just spent it on something else. I gave you guys an example. If you were with me on Saturday morning when I was on my way out to my campsite, I told you that guys on Saturday morning. There is people that say this. Oh, if I only had $500 more. If I only have an extra $500 a month, I will be able to pay all of my bills. They get their $500 more. Still the same shit. Still broke. If only I had $1,000 extra a month, I can make it. They get the $1,000 and they still fucking broke. They get $2,000. It doesn't matter what amount of money they get. The problem is not the money. To a certain level, it is. But the problem is not all on the money. The problem is that you have no self-contained. What is that? No self-constraint. Is that right? I don't know. You can correct me on that one. No self-control. That's better. No self-control. I had to translate from Spanish. No self-control. You don't know how to deal with a budget. You don't know where to make sacrifices, where to make cuts, what to abstain from doing. You just waste it. And this is unfortunately what socialists do. They continue to blame the rich, they say. The rich got to pay their fair share. No, bitch, you need to stop wasting the money that the rich pay the taxes for. 1% pay over 50% of the taxes. Can you believe that? And the socialists are still bitching about it. What is the problem? Is it really the rich people? With $1,000 phone. That's right. Yeah. 100%. This phone right here. This phone was $1,599. Could I have gotten a different phone for a lot less? Yeah. I already have this one, which cost me $1,200. Now I can get this for like $300. You see what I'm saying? We get the money and then we overspend. We get the money and then we want to have luxuries. It blows my mind when I see somebody so broke driving a Mercedes. Driving a Lexus. Yeah. Blows my mind, right? So we know what the problem is. Now, I gave you guys a breakdown on how we got to $40 trillion debt. With George Bush, with Obama, with Trump, with Biden. Everything. We have broken that down so many times. But anyway, enough ranting about all those things, but it's true. We need to make sure that the educational system is better guided. We need to have a mental, psychological test before they can become teachers. You understand that? You cannot be in the wrong state of mind and go and be allowed to teach children. It is crazy and beyond me that there is people that think having drag queens dancing in front of your 7 and 8-year-olds, it's okay. Since when did we allow that to be the normal? Since when did we allow that to be the norm? I don't get it. Those are adult people shows. Now, gays is not a new thing. You know, we have these things like, from what I remember, it's from the 70s, 80s. Remember the movie, I think it was called, what's it called? Tango and Cash. Sylvester Stallone and Kurt Russell. By the way, I like those actors. They have a couple of scenes with one of them they go into this this gay bar, and there's a drag queen on stage, ugly ass drag queen on stage stripping, and the guys are like, "Oh, so beautiful," putting $1 inside the panties and stuff, and I'm just like, bruh. And then you have the scene where when Sylvester Stallone comes in here with the henchman, and they go into the dressing room, and there's the guys, look like a woman up here with the makeup and the hair and the man chest, disgusting looking, but that's their life, right? Whatever. But this is a movie, and a lot of people, for some reason, this is people that have mental problems. For some reason, a lot of people that watch movies want to copy the lifestyle of the movies. And I'm just saying, just pointing it out. All right. With that being said, I think that we can go ahead and jump into our first video of the day. And let me see, where did I put it? Here we go. Now, this is a link that my brother Brian sent me today. And I told him that I will play this today. So we're going to go ahead and watch this video. This is pretty interesting. Now, stay with me. Stay with me. This is from, what's this guy's name? Let me see. Let me make sure that I give him credit. This is Nino Talk. Nino Talk is sharing this video about the voting in Minnesota. Check it out. Don't listen to me. Just check out the video and research it. Fact check it. Looks legit to me, but hey, I'm not putting my hands in the fire for this information. It looks legit to me. I'm going to share it with you. You make your own decision. You make your own judgment on this. Okay? All right, here we go.
This is the voting process in Minnesota, and I did find this video on TikTok, and I am sharing it through TikTok for entertainment purposes only. It is not my opinion. It's just a video that I found on TikTok, and I'm sharing it. Watch.
And no ID, I vote Kami.
Correct.
No ID.
Right.
Okay. And she vote today. And 7 others.
And 7 others, yeah.
Vote today, no ID.
Right.
So we're preparing right now for the second location. I'm going to walk in and ask if I can vouch for 8 other people, including the decoy that we're going to bring in, that is also in a full thobe and hijab. What is required?
You're already pre-registered, so nothing else. Just you'll sign something and we'll get your phone number.
And then she vote?
Yeah.
Okay. Do we need ID?
Nope.
No ID needed? Her ID? She does not need ID?
Nope.
I have also 7 other people who I live with. Can they not register?
If you live with them, you can vouch for them. You can vouch for up to 8 people.
And no ID for any.
Nope. But after 8 people, you can't vouch anymore today.
Okay. Tomorrow?
Tomorrow, election day is over.
Okay. And what if some of them do not live with me?
If you know them personally and you know that they live in this precinct,
In the area.
it needs to be this precinct.
They do.
So make sure it's the same precinct, not just the neighborhood, but there's specific boundaries.
And no ID, I vote Kami.
Correct.
No ID.
Right.
Okay. And she vote today. And 7 others.
And 7 others, yeah.
Vote today, no ID.
Right.
Now, I'm going to say this. If the video is fake, I want you to look at that. And I want you to think about that. How easy it is to vote without an ID. I can go in here and say, I'm going to go ahead and grab Brian Reedy's register information. I stole it. I stole his ballot. He requested a new one. Well, I got his ballot. He registered to vote. When Brian tries to register, he says, "Oh, you already registered to vote. Oh, fantastic. I already did it. I don't have to worry about it." And then I'm going to go and I'm going to go vote. And I'm going to go vote for Brian. Brian doesn't go to vote. He forgot about it. He's disabled. He didn't have a right to get there. Which, by the way, there is rights for disabled people. There is a lot of handicap access places. Don't tell me that you can't go vote. Don't tell me that you cannot go and get an ID to vote. Don't tell me you can't go out there and get a passport or that you can't get a birth certificate. Don't tell me that. Because if you were a person that cannot leave the house, okay, you got me. You're the only one. You are the only one. Everybody else, you go to the store, you get your little cart. Over there bumping into people and shit, right? You're handicapped, you got somebody taking care of you. Just saying. I don't know. Are we going to make restrictions for handicap? Maybe are we going to make restrictions for LGBTQ? If you are LGBTQ, you are not allowed to vote. How's that? Now that would be taking away their rights. Which nobody is. Nobody is. But I mean, you know, if you never leave your house, if you never go to the grocery store, okay, you got me. You can vote by mail. But if you're able to go to the store, if you're able to go to the bank, if you're able to go to places like vacations or to the parks and, you know, you do all the things that everybody else does, you have no excuse for not being able to vote in person. Yeah, the stick says with how many fake-ass medical transports there are here, one would assume a ride would be easy to find for a quadriplegic. Oh, man, isn't that the truth, brother? Man, I think I saved a video. We're going to watch some news today. I want to show you this next. You can't make this up. Listen, Brandy Cruz from Undivided. You guys know that she actually went to this city council hearing on Tuesday, August 11th, and she was there on the crowd. Take a listen to some of these adults. Can you believe that these people are adults? Hey, brah, hey, listen. Maybe these people are here in my chat right now. Check this out. Hold on, let me get it from the beginning. Here we go. From the beginning. Can I get audio on this? Okay, here we go. I'm sorry. My bad. That was my bad. All right, here we go.
Rent's already unbelievably expensive. No one should have to choose between medical bills, groceries, or rent, let alone adding junk fees on top of it all. I mean, are you kidding?
It's called, I know. It's called being an adult. Adulthood is really hard. Oh my God. Mommy and Daddy aren't paying for this anymore, and I have to pay for these things, and I don't want to. And rent sucks. And I don't want to, I want to spend it on my nails. It's like that was the whole vibe. Let's keep going.
The fees they are being charged are ridiculous. Seattle renters are paying a fee to pay rent, fees to cover utilities and management offices, fees to submit maintenance requests, fees that cover their landlord's insurance, and more.
Yeah, fees by and large that cover costs for the landlords. Now, I'm not saying that every one of these fees I'm in agreement with, right? But a lot of them they're complaining about cover and offset specific costs that landlords have to pay, like their insurance. He's complaining that he has to cover the cost of the landlord's insurance. Well, yeah, that's one of the costs associated with the landlord owning the property, and they are trying to make something of a profit. And so, yeah, at the very least, you'd have to cover all of the costs associated with it. Just keep going.
Banning junk fees is a simple step towards a fairer market where advertised prices reflect real costs. Renters deserve to know what housing actually costs before signing a lease.
I agree. Why aren't you asking? Can you ever think of a time I was a renter for 12 years. Can you ever think of a time that you didn't know what your monthly rent was going to be as you're signing the lease? By that point, it's all figured out. And if it's not clear to you as a functioning adult, you know what you should say? Well, what is my monthly rent going to be? Can you ever think of a time you literally did not know? And then the first check came due and you were surprised. Oh, I didn't know that's what my rent was going to cost. Keep going.
I find it very interesting that only homeowners get 30 years of permanently stable housing price control, but that in the middle of a housing crisis, a climate refugee crisis, and a trans refugee crisis, renters instead get creatively hidden layered fees like pet rent.
Oh, yeah.
Trans refugee crisis. Why do we have a transgender refugee crisis? They are literally leaving red states and inundating a blue state that is already fucked up as it is. And these transgenders are inundating it, not to show society how great transgender people are, but to show society how much garbage they are accumulating in our state. Homeless, jobless. Unbelievable.
Yes. Climate crisis, a trans refugee crisis. How dare you increase rents on these people? You have 30 years of permanently stable housing costs. No, they don't, which is why they're increasing costs. Because a lot of things that progressives and socialists and Democrats pass. The cost of cooling and heating and energy goes up. Guess what? Your rent goes up. The cost of all sorts of things that specifically are designed, their property taxes go up. Guess what? Your rent's going to go up. So you ask for all these things. Yeah, Climate Commitment Act. Yeah, we love
Magon, don't be retarded.
the climate. And then energy prices.
Oh, that's right. That reminded me. I got something for you. Here we go. I forgot I had these over here. This is for M Gone. This is you.
You the lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
Anyway, let's continue with the news.
Increase, and you're like, oh, it's really expensive to rent and pay my utilities. They're like, yeah, more property taxes so we can fund all the things we love. And they're like, oh, shoot, my rent went up. I mean, these people don't understand the basics of anything. Keep going.
There's no way a single mom with a pet making less than $60,000 a year can afford rent in Seattle, let alone pet rent and other predatory unnecessary housing fees.
Then you shouldn't have a pet. If you're a single mom and you can't afford the pet fee and feeding your child and the pet, I really hate to tell it to you because I love my animals. You should not have a pet. If you
100%. 100%. And this is what I mean by people want to live and they think a little bit more money will help me. No, it won't. You don't know how to budget. You don't know how to make sacrifices. You want to buy your cake and eat it too. You can't have it both ways. Okay? You can have it both ways. Why don't I have the things that I want? I can't afford it. Little by little, I save and save and save. And boom, I get it. But I got to get it. I got to have it, so I save for it. You see, that's something so ridiculous. I can't afford pet rent. As a single mother, I wonder why you're single, number one. But you see what I'm saying? How you doing, Tahiti? Guys, you got to stop blaming other people for your problems. If I am broke, I'm going to tell you this, okay, so you can be happy about it when maybe one day I stop doing this because I don't make enough money. So I got to go get a full-time job that's going to pay me a lot more money than what I make here. Okay, celebrate. But the point is that I will make the sacrifice to where I see it. And I'm not going to complain. It's not complaining. You can tell me that you have a problem, But blaming others for that problem is where I draw the line. You see what I'm saying? I can listen to you say, "Oh, Dennis, man, I'm broke." Shit, me too. Ah, man, but you know, I can't afford to pay for my Mercedes. Yeah, well, that's why I don't have a Mercedes. It's that simple. It's that simple. So I wouldn't blame anybody else for the problem. But you know what happens? It starts from the very bottom. Children blame others for their misbehaving. Adults, in reality, like socialists, they blame the rich people, the millionaires, the billionaires for their lack of money having. And yet they want to live ghetto. And yet they don't have the budget skills. And yet they don't have any skills to support themselves. And then they blame the rich man because they only make $60,000 a year. If you make $60,000 a year, that's not enough. I got you. I'm with you. But at $60,000 a year, I guarantee you that you qualify for welfare. You qualify for free health care. Just saying. Free dental. You see what I'm saying? It's up to you. I'm telling you, again, if I have to stop this channel to be able to go out and make more money, okay, I'll do it. It's that simple. But I'm not going to fucking sit here and blame anybody for my lack of money, my lack of funds. That's not how it works. I believe in working hard for your money. And I also believe on budgeting the right way. It's all bullshit.
You cannot afford to take care of it and to make sure you can put a roof over your child's head. Just a couple more, I promise.
Cynthia Torres from the Coalition Ending Gender-Based Violence. Survivors experience trauma from the abuse they go through, including financial abuse. People who cause harm will often use finances to control survivors and force them to stay in abusive relationships. Survivors deserve a transparent move-in process where all fees are stated clearly. Join our work to end gender-based violence by leading by example. Do not continue practices that mirror financial abuse.
Yes, they compared landlords to domestic abusers. If you don't do this, you're letting landlords repeat the cycle of abuse that these domestic violence survivors have been through. Let's just do one more.
Scott Green has heard that rent increases, housing insecurity, displacement, unsafe and unhealthy living conditions, and disrespect are what renters contend with every day.
Can you play it one more time? One more time.
Scott Green has heard that rent increases, housing insecurity, displacement, unsafe and unhealthy living conditions, and disrespect are what renters contend with every day.
I was a renter for 12 years. I never contended with one of those things one time. One time. Unsafe, unhealthy living conditions. I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Disrespect. I probably talked to my landlord twice. I lived in a place for 7 years, probably talked to my landlord twice. How engaged are you with your landlord if you're facing disrespect from them, as they said, every day? Every day! It's like, maybe that's a you problem if you're facing issues with your landlord every single day. And look.
Madam Lisa.
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get tired of being a bitch ass nigga? A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass nigga.
For the record, I am not saying that there aren't bad landlords out there. Of course there are. I'm not saying that there aren't landlords who say, oh, housing costs are going up, I can increase rent a little bit. I'm not saying that doesn't happen. But what you're going to do by banning junk fees is this. Let's say they are just evil landlords in it just for the pure profit, charging your cats rent and stuff evil. If they're that evil, you know what they're going to do? They're going to add up all of the fees, the cost of the fees they can no longer charge you, and then you're going to get a notice in the mail that says that your rent is going up by that exact amount. They will not eat that. No business person is just going to eat it. They're going to pass those costs along to you.
Good
so
job,
nothing is going to change.
Good job, Brandy. Man, if you haven't listened to Brandy, I recommend Brandy Cruz, Undivided, here on YouTube. I met her one time at a keep boys out of girls sports in Tequila. I think it was Tequila. She's a great lady. She really is. Man, she has some energy, some positive energy on her. She is a fighter, and she is a fighter for justice and fairness. I think she is fantastic. She's phenomenal. Listen, when you are an adult, you become responsible for your life. Stop living like a child. You need to stop blaming other people for your mistakes. Now, we'll move along to the next one, and I want to say, I have no idea, bro. I have no idea. Respect. You got to have some respect in the chat if you want to stay on. If not, just move along and go find somewhere where you can be an asshole. Don't worry. I will be an asshole, but not to you unless you jump out and say, hey, you can be an asshole to me. Okay? Here we go. Here we go. So I want to share this photo here. You guys may remember a few weeks ago, President Trump onboarded Air Force One in Turkey, I believe. And he went to a smaller plane, a less secure plane. Now, somebody on the chat put in there that an F-35 is what the president flew on. I was impressed. I was like, holy shit, that's a fast jet there. But that's not the case. It was actually an AC-32. And I did some research, and I was like, what's the AC-32 look like, right? Because it looks like like the president's plane. Looks like a president's plane. So I decided to go look for it, and well, it's not an F-35. Very obvious, it's not an F-35. Here is a picture. Now, what President Trump said: I got off the plane because Secret Service told me to. As a matter of fact, I went and got into a plane that is less secure. There's always somebody on the left, right, that's going to contradict that. And they come in and make some shit up. Well, today, my friends, you get to see that plane. Now, this is what President Trump's plane looks like. Air Force One, right there. Air Force One. Huge. And this is the plane that he went on to. The AC-32. Right there. Air Force One, AC-32. Air Force One, safe, secure, AC-32. Not as secure, nor as safe. With that being said, the left argue that President Trump left the legacy media like CNN, which, well, I think at that point it's probably worth the sacrifice. But to get rid of CNN, it was probably worth the sacrifice. No, on the real note. So the left argue that President Trump, had these what do they call it? This threat, red alert, high threat, and President Trump decided to onboard Air Force One and just left it at 747. And then took off on I call that a CT-1, but it's actually an ACT-1. You guys know what that means? I'm sure you guys remember what that means. But anyway, so the whole idea is that the left say that he left them to die, so to speak, and he went on another plane where he can escape safely from the harm, and left CNN and everybody else in the plane to die. Well, here's my take. I think that if the news reporters were able to figure out that President Trump left Air Force One and went and made a ACT-1 and went to a smaller plane, I'm sure they figured that whoever made that threat on him would have known that. Meaning that the big plane with legacy fake news CNN and everybody else, leaving him safe and sound, and then putting all the pressure on him being taken out in the air, which I'm going to tell you something. I think Trump will be happy to be taken out for two reasons. One of them, well, he goes down as the greatest president in American history. And number two, which is just as great, that will make him a martyr. That's right. The greatest president in American history and a martyr. So President Trump does not mind being taken out. And number two, that's just one. Greatest president in history and martyr. Number two, there is an envelope that will be open when somebody tries to take out the president with the specific instructions of what needs to happen. And somebody, whoever takes responsibility for taking them out, are going to be in for a big surprise. I am sure it includes bombing the shit out of them. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying. There it is. That is the plane. Now, for the leftists, making the argument, he was an F-35. That's even more secure. Shut the hell up. This is what I hate about the retards that come onto my show. Talking shit. Talking non-common sense stuff. Because that's all they understand. They never lear common sense. You just can't fix stupid. You just can't. So these people will never understand what the hell we're talking about. But with that being said, let's go ahead and jump into some gossip. Some good gossip. This is something that we know about here in Washington State. But for many of you guys who are not aware of this, I'm going to go ahead and play this for you guys. Hassan Piker. How do I feel about this Hassan Piker? Now, we're going to talk about Candace as well, but how do I feel about this Hassan Piker guy? Number one, he's retarded. He thinks he's smart, but he's a fucking idiot. First of all, he's the guy that says we deserve 9/11. Just to be clear, and any libtard that is a fan of Hassan Piker, you are just as fucking retarded as he is. Let's make that clear. Anybody that says the United States of America deserve 9/11, you are fucking retarded. You have won the award of retarded for the Socialist Democrats of America. Or something like that, whatever the name is. Yeah, you witch. Hey, Lynn. Oh, what? Lynn, why are you?
You's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
For all my libtards out there, man, I really want to know. For all my libtards out there.
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get tired of being a bitch-ass nigga? A hoe-ass nigga. A hoe-ass nigga. A pussy-ass nigga.
Do you get tired? Or do you get tired of being
You's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
Oh, man. Yeah. Anyways, Hassan Piker, the fucking retard, the dumb scum of the earth. I can understand why El Sayed doesn't want to get rid of him. You see, he's only using Hassan Piker because, well, it's not only, but he's got two reasons. One of them, he actually agrees with him, which is very scary that Democrats don't see that. But number two, it's because of the following that he has. He has a lot of following. And, well, they want to squeeze everything they can out of all those retards that go into being fans of these terrorist people. So with that being said, with that little introduction there, here is a quick 1-minute update on him being canceled in Seattle, Washington. Check this out.
Live look over Seattle, Washington here tonight, where the University of Washington in Seattle has now disinvited far-left Twitch streamer Hassan Piker from an event to be held next January. Here's part of the official release from the university tonight. Quote, "It was determined that the process for organizing this event did not meet the necessary level of rigor for university-hosted events in the speaker series. Now, Hassan Piker once infamously now saying America deserved 9/11, which he later called a dumb oversimplification.
So tell me, who's preaching the hate rhetoric? Manuel, you deserve this.
You's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
That's Manuel Correa right there. Look at this fucking moron. Preach the hate rhetoric. What did he just say? Let's play again in case he missed it.
Live look over Seattle, Washington here tonight, where the University of Washington in Seattle has now disinvited far-left Twitch streamer Hassan Piker from an event to be held next January. Here's part of the official release from the university tonight. Quote, "It was determined that the process for organizing this event did not meet the necessary level of rigor for university-hosted events in the speaker series." Now, Hassan Piker once infamously now saying America deserved 9/11.
America deserved 9/11, but I'm the one preaching the hate rhetoric? Why is it a hate rhetoric when I'm just pointing out the obvious? I'm just pointing out and showing you here live. Why you say I'm preaching hate rhetoric? You're just so retarded. This is why you get this.
You's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
You see what I'm saying? There you go.
Which he later called a dumb oversimplification of his beliefs. He's been a lightning rod of controversy of late, recently campaigning with progressive and
Jack, you have no proof.
DSA candidates. He posted here in response on X tonight, quote, "We must fight."
What's really funny about these people that claim these things? It's like they were born yesterday. You got to be under 25 years old if that's what you think. There's no way that you are older than 25. There's no way that you're 30 and you are still retarded, Jack Sop. This is why you also get the title.
You's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
Just lame ass and weak ass, bro. Weak ass. Chris wants to hear it too. Hey, Chris.
You's a lame-ass nigga. Oh, weak-ass nigga.
Oh, man. That's enough. All right. Let's get serious here. Let's go ahead and get to our first. I haven't watched these things. You guys know that this is how I do. I watch news clips here with you guys. Sometimes I have watched them. Sometimes I haven't. This one I want to hear. This is Trey Yinks. Things are moving very quickly. Let's see what things are moving very quickly. It's definitely not the retards because they really have no brains on the DSA, Democrat Socialist of America. Here is some more hate rhetoric that Manuel likes to hear. Here we go.
So President Trump issuing a new warning this morning, telling Fox that Iran should wave the white flag.
The president's comments come as the U.S. 60-day ceasefire agreement with Iran is set to expire today.
Trey Yinks spoke with President Trump earlier and joins us now from Tel Aviv. Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Today, the 60-day memorandum of understanding between the United States and Iran expires. And Fox News spoke with the president early this morning to get his thinking on what comes next. The president told Fox News that Iran should put up the white flag of surrender. And he went on to say, "I have no time schedule. I'm not in a hurry." The president talking broadly about the back channel negotiations that are taking place and confirming to Fox that there is a back channel directly between Washington and top IRGC officials in Tehran. The first public confirmation of such a channel, and this is critical because it comes as these conversations go back and forth. The president says they're good poker players, but they're dying, and that the midterms have nothing to do with my thinking. This is all moving very quickly in the region because there is a U.S. military posture that remains, and there are a lot of different players involved, and talks that are taking place as we speak right now between Iran and Oman about control of the Strait of Hormuz. And the president says if Oman gets in the way, we'll bomb the S out of them. Because at the end of the day, the president wants two clear things here. He wants control of the Strait of Hormuz. There is an ongoing U.S. naval blockade that is costing the Iranian regime hundreds of millions of dollars each day. And if ultimately this leads to future negotiations, that is when Iran's nuclear program is expected to be discussed. Guys?
Well, first off, Trey, there's some really intriguing things going on with Jared Kushner in the region. He's actually meeting with Hamas leaders, which is relatively unprecedented, about disarming. And he's meeting with them outside Gaza, but about disarming in Gaza. And there's an international force poised to come in that includes, we know, at least 8,000 Indonesians. But at the same time, Prime Minister Netanyahu has not committed to pulling out, understandably, until he's convinced that Hamas is disarmed. So what do you think could move this process forward, being that it seems so close?
Absolutely. There is a parallel diplomatic track that is taking place right now, and that's the Trump administration trying to move forward the Gaza ceasefire that is supposed to see Hamas lay down their arms. But it's a very complicated process because it comes after years of war between Israel and Hamas, after Hamas launched a terrorist attack into southern Israel on October 7th of 2023. Now, President Trump spoke about this, saying the Israelis should not be striking Gaza right now, and that the United States has their own relationship with Hamas. He adds they are giving up their guns. And so if this takes place, it will be a major step in these negotiations to disarm Hamas and to usher in this new technocratic government. Now, as we speak, one of the top negotiators for the United States, Jared Kushner, is meeting with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And I asked the president about the upcoming Israeli elections in October. He told Fox News, "I think it's most appropriate for me to stay out of Israeli elections, but I may endorse somebody." Guys?
So, Trey, there's been a lot of conversation, and I got to be honest, conversation that I'm not even comfortable having on the stockpiles as it relates to this war and the larger impact of our other enemies. What did the president say about that? Is there concern right now?
So I asked the president about these stockpiles, and President Trump told Fox News what we've used is peanuts. He says the United States has a lot of mid-level weapons. He blamed former President Biden for shipping air defense systems to Ukraine at the beginning of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022. But broadly speaking, the president did not express concern about the current munition stockpile across the region. And remember, the backdrop here is quite important. There are around 50,000 U.S. forces stationed in the Middle East right now, and it gives the president a variety of military options if he chooses to use them in the future. He noted that the Iranians are still continuing attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, but pointed out that the U.S. naval blockade remains in effect. He called it a wall of steel, and also noted that as this wall of steel is in place, the United States is helping to escort oil out of the Persian Gulf. And so there is still this export of oil taking place, not from Iran, but from regional Gulf allies that are working behind the scenes with the United States, not just on that defensive posture, but also ensuring that the global energy market remains stable.
So, Trey, the president has said the soldiers and the police are not getting paid in Iran. The current sanctions are costing Iran $435 million a day, it's being estimated. Explain what's happening to the people in Iran, and are they able to fight back against this? Because it reminds me of what happened. If they did fight back, it reminds me of what happened in January when people were getting killed for protesting. So how are the people surviving, and are they speaking out and saying that this is not fair, we need to get paid?
It's a great question, and I've been talking with regional intelligence sources to get a better understanding of what these economic sanctions and the U.S. naval blockade are actually doing to Iran. We know that the blockade is costing the regime hundreds of millions of dollars each day because the Iranians are not able to export crude oil from these critical ports along the Persian Gulf and into the Strait of Hormuz. But it's the economic sanctions that are expected to increase, according to U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. And when you have to think about sanctions, you look at this like an onion. And at the center of the onion, you have the U.S. naval blockade. And this is targeting Iran's main moneymaker, and that is their oil export apparatus. But then you have these secondary sanctions, and reports indicate they're going to start targeting even some of these Chinese companies that are buying Iranian oil. And so this is focusing mainly on the Iranian regime and officials in Tehran that use this money not only to produce missiles and drones, but also to pay top IRGC officials and even the field commanders that are ordering the missile strikes when they do take place against U.S. forces or allies across the region. And so this is a game of cat and mouse. but it's also a game of patience. And the president indicated to Fox News earlier today that he has no timetable. And this really flips the Iranian equation on its head, because the Iranians thought they could wait this out. They thought that the midterms would pressure President Trump to make a decision and pull U.S. forces out of the region. But the president has indicated to Fox News he plans to keep the U.S. naval blockade in place. And this is increasing the economic pressure on the Iranian regime. Inflation is rising. The process of goods and actually exporting goods is decreasing. And the focus now is on the regime officials in Tehran and ensuring that they have fewer dollars to put toward their military and these efforts to try to threaten U.S. forces across the region.
Right. Thanks so much, Trey. Appreciate it. Great breakdown. What I think is going to happen is if we do not.
I don't think that that we can back out of this. See, when we went into this war, now there's a lot of people that don't. There's a lot of people that don't think before they start judging. It's like, people like to judge things without actually being informed. They're emotional. They don't use common sense. This whole thing with Iran, man, you guys don't know. I mean, it is inevitable that we're going to go to World War III. It's inevitable. The humans are so corrupted. It's all about power and greed. And we know communism, Russia and China and other countries, and even the communists disguised as religious, as spiritual religion, Islam. They just act like communists, except worse, with their sexual perversions and allowing of raping and all this other stuff, as long as you can pray 5 times a day. Unbelievable. But anywho, this war in Iran is not something that we just started. This has been going on for 47 years plus. And some people want to argue that it was our fault. We created this. Well, if that's the argument that you're going to go with, I'm going to say, okay, let's say it is our fault. Well, then that means that it's our right to clean it up, to make sure that we take care of it. We went into this war thinking 2 weeks would be good enough. And it would have been, except we have this party called Democrats who have aligned to be enemies of the United States of America and the American citizens. The Democrat Party has aligned themselves with foreigners like Islam, illegal immigrants. They defend China. Yeah. Child labor, but they still defend China. Now, what I find very interesting is that the Democrats, they're hardcore on punishing us for building, the pipes, for building data centers. They punish us and regulations and the ozone and then all the this. Oh, shut the hell up, for Pete's sakes. They fight against us so bad, and they defend China. For Pete's sakes, they defend criminals. Democrats go to foreign countries to bring back illegal immigrants into our country. That's fucked up they are in the head. Democratic Party has betrayed American citizens. If you like to be somebody's bitch, congratulations, you are. But I am nobody's bitch. Let's be clear. I support Republicans because Republicans are proud to wave this flag. Democrats are ashamed of the flag. They're so bold as to say that they can wipe their hands, dirty hands, with the flag because they don't have any napkins. But the real American patriots, they salute the flag. They kiss the flag. They hug the flag. They feel the hope and they feel the pride of the United States of America, because this flag represents all of the sacrifices, all of the blood spilled, all of the states united to become one great nation. Under God, indivisible, for justice That's who we are. Democrats hate to say they're American citizens. Why? Because they're traitors. Tell me, every single enemy that we have encountered, besides Fetterman, every single enemy that we have encountered, every time that we say war on drugs, Democrats are against us. We said no more communism in Venezuela. Democrats are against us. Democrats pissed off at us while 8 million plus Venezuelans who have left Venezuela because of their communist tyrant dictator praising the United States of America, praising Trump and giving thanks to God. But Democrats protesting on the street. Venezuelans cheering their family members being released from prison. Political prisoners. Venezuelans cheering, finally, they have been given the opportunity to start over. And now they're rebuilding. It's going to take a time. It's going to take some time, maybe 5-10 years, before Venezuela goes back to being the greatness that it once was. But President Trump did that. We don't worship the flag, dumbass. We respect it. We honor it. It represents our country. And in a sense, it also represents God, since we are under God. We blew up drug boats. Democrat says they're fishing boats. The president of Honduras stopped drugs from coming through Honduras to the United States of America. Democrats put him in jail. I'm not making this up. I am not making this up. The communist Cuba destroyed Cubans' life with the promise of socialism and communism. But Democrats make multiple trips to Cuba, not to help the citizens, but to hang out with their commie comrades. Democrats support Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum because she's a communist. She also allows the cartel to run Mexico. You see, she prides herself in supporting the illegal immigration to this country. She prides herself on saying that and blame the United States of America for all the armed dealers that goes on in Mexico, instead of taking responsibility and saying, I'm going to fight, I'm going to make war on this contraband. You see, the difference is President Trump says we're going to make war on these drugs because we're tired of these drugs. We're tired of these drugs coming into our country, so we're doing something about it. To whereas the Democrats, to whereas the communists, they do the opposite. They blame others for their mistakes. It's the same spirit. It's the same spirit. They blame others for their ineptitude, for their stupidity, for their failures in life. It's better and easier to blame somebody else than to be held accountable for your actions. Instead of the president of Mexico saying, I'm going to bring more National Guard to the border. We are going to make sure everybody coming through Mexico is being screened, that no illegal weapons or contraband is coming into Mexico. Instead of saying that, she blames the United States of America for allowing that. Can you imagine? And I, you know, if I was the president of Mexico, I would do this, right? Let's say I don't like the United States of America. We're not friends. I want to test to see where they're at. What I would do as the Mexican president, I would reach out to the American president and say, Mr. President, I am sick and tired of these guns, contraband, coming into Mexico. Would you work with me to apprehend this terrorist? These people bringing illegal armament into my country of Mexico. I can guarantee you 100% the President of the United States of America, especially Donald J. Trump, would say to me, bring it on, sir. We got your back. We will fight with you. If the President of the United States of America would tell me as the Mexican president, I want to go into Mexico and I want to fight the Mexican cartel. We want to fight next to you, the righteous Mexicans who respect the law, the great government of Mexico. We want to join you on the war against the cartels. What a wonderful world that would be, wouldn't it? But you know what's crazy is that these criminals and the cartels and all these other people, they have a choice. They have a choice. It's not too late. They have a choice. They can walk away from that life. Yeah. Well, you know, they can be well armed. But can you imagine how much better do you think the cartels are against the United States of America's military, our Delta Force, our Marines, our Special Forces? How much better do you think they are? With all the capabilities that we have as a military, most powerful military force on earth, plus the Mexican military. Cartels can't do shit. They can't do shit if people stand up for justice. I know, right? I know. But the reason why it sounds like a movie is because they make movies about this. They're off, but they make movies about this. And really, in reality, all that Hollywood does is give criminals ideas of how to be better criminals. And that's a fact. I'm telling you. Listen, you mentioned China. Yep. You mentioned China. One of the things that that comes a lot from China is fentanyl. It's still going through Mexico. I watch the documentaries every day. Well, every day they come out new. Border security. Trucks. Old people. Young people. You know, people just visiting and blah, blah, blah. Tons of cocaine, some heroin, fentanyl, methamphetamine, all of these drugs. We have a lot of Americans that go down to Mexico to get all these illegal drugs. Why is it illegal? Because here in the United States of America, we're talking about medicine, medicine drugs. They go over there because over here it's so expensive, right, to get this medicine. And it has to be prescription drugs. So Americans go over to Mexico and they're allowed to bring a couple of bottles of medicine. Ethanol, I can't remember what the name of the drug is. Teranol, I don't know what the name is. But it's supposed to be a very strong drug, right? That can be fatal if I overdose. And so they're allowed to bring like 2 bottles of them. You know, they're supposed to be prescribed, but they're allowed them to bring a bottle or 2 bottles of them because it's, you know, they need it for their pain. But what they do is they start putting, you know, extra bottles. They double pack the bottles and, you know, they do all this illegal trafficking, right? The smuggling. That's what they're doing. They're smuggling illegally and they have to pay for it. They have to pay a fine or they go to jail, right? Or they can get deported, you know, again. There is a lot of foot traffic that goes through, especially down through Texas, the whole area of Texas. There's a lot of foot traffic that goes through, and they come in, and I have seen older gentleman. You know, I've seen some old Mexican guy try to come in, and he's bringing like thousands of pills of illegal drugs. They have to be prescribed, but they bring all these drugs and they sell them on the black market. Listen, however you see it, it's illegal, it's illegal. There are rules, there are laws, and you have to follow them. That's something that people they still till this day, they keep fighting me on, right? So here's the thing. The terrorists from the United States, okay, who are they? Who are they? If you say the terrorists from the United States are sending the guns into Mexico, tell me, who are they? But most importantly, what is Mexico doing to stop it? Besides bitching about President Trump, do something about it. Stop these guns from coming into Mexico. Bitch, that's your problem. We're trying. We're trying. We have a war on drugs and the cartels. We are doing our part. Mexico, what the fuck are you doing? That's what I want to know. Man, I even watched this guy. He made a documentary. There's a Mexican guy. He's actually a resident in Texas. He goes in to this gun show because he is a resident and he is allowed to buy guns, which I think it should only be for citizens. But residents are allowed to buy guns. He goes and buys these guns, takes them apart, and tapes it on his body, like duct tape, you know, on his body. And then he drives through the border of Mexico. Mexicans are like, hey, so what are you here for? Oh, I'm just here to visit. Okay, sure. Hey, welcome home. They're Mexican. Welcome home. No scanning. There is no machine that goes that they have to go through, you know, to see if there's any anomalies on the car. The Mexican border patrols, they suck. And again, and even if they don't suck, what is the government doing to support them? Well, if we didn't have Trump, we will have the disaster that we have with Biden. Open border. Dennis, you're such a liar. There is no open border. What do you mean, open border? You dumb-ass libtard. Open border is because there is millions of illegal immigrants just pouring right in. There is no open border policy, but that's exactly what the Biden administration did. They allowed millions of illegal immigrants to come through here. What is the problem, Dennis? They just come here to work. They just want to make a living. Bitch, there is a big, huge problem. Everybody that comes to this country needs to be vetted. Health check, criminal background check, financial check. They got to meet those requirements in order for them to come into this country, and that's how they come here legally. Those who don't have it, who know that they shouldn't be here, they come here illegally. That is a fact. But the point is that the only people fighting us is Democrats. Why is that? We make war on the cartels, Democrats fight us. Oh my God, we're going to lose some people. Oh my God, we're going to be harassing the communities. If the communities are infested with felons, well, they're going to be harassed, aren't they? But by the time it's finished, that community will begin to shine. If you continue to block law enforcement from doing their job, you are guilty of your ghetto-ness. You are guilty of your poverty problems. You are guilty for just being plain retarded. It's sad to say it that way, but fuck, man, you guys, you people on the left never learn. I just don't know why. It's like you don't know what that is. So that's why I always say you never lear. Maybe that makes sense to you. I don't know. But I just want to know, why is it that libtards, why is it, I lost my background there because I have a hard drive that keeps getting unplugged. But I just really want to know, guys. Seriously.
I got a question because I really need to know. Do you ever get tired
Libtards.
Of being a bitch ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass nigga.
I just want to know. I want to know why. Why do you guys choose to live that way? And most importantly, I want to learn, why do you think that I am promoting hate? Why do you think that I'm anti-American, that I hate America? I want you to tell me why you think that is. All I ever speak about is respect the law. Respect and support our law enforcement. Support ICE, our federal agents. Support our federal government, who is fighting for our security of this country, securing the borders. You should be thankful to President Trump for closing the border. It's secured. It's not closed. It's secured. We're back to the normal things. We're allowing people to come in and go. We do some checks and stuff, and sometimes we catch some stuff, and sometimes we don't. It is what it is, but at least everybody is coming in through a process that we have allowed and that is legal. How about you do that once in a while on the left? How about you acknowledge that President Trump has secured the border, where Biden left it open? Not only left it open, they were actually flying into Mexico and then flying over the border and then dispersing all these illegal immigrants through different cities where Republicans were the majority. Interestingly enough, there is a lot of illegal immigrants where Republicans were stepping up to the plate. Here in Washington State, we had a movement. It was called Fuck Jay Inslee. Why? He fucked up our economy. He nearly destroyed Washington State. So we had a movement. DC.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
And then we had this movement and we say, fuck Jay Inslee. And all of a sudden we started getting a bunch of Republicans, conservatives, and even Democrats turning against the Democratic Party. They were supporting a Republican conservative. Democrats, Republicans, and independents alike, American citizens, were supporting conservative Republicans because they were tired of 40 years of Democrat leaders and seeing the state just being destroyed little by little with corruption, homeless, drug addiction. And what a coincidence. During the Biden administration, millions of illegal immigrants were allowed into this country. Oh, you come to Washington State. Washington State has grown. Let me find the numbers. Let's see if we can get some numbers. Let's see. I wanna get this number. Let's see. Let me see. Let me see what we get here. Since 2023, the Hispanic population has raised up to 15.5%. Interesting. Very interesting. That is for you 1.1 million new Hispanic residents. What do you say to that? What do you say to that? Do you think it's coincidence? Do you think that in the last couple of years, only Hispanics were multiplying? Well, they were multiplying, but not in the way that you think. Yeah. DC doesn't get it. He just over his head. This is why you get.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
Idiot. You know, before I made this point, I made an explanation. I said Republicans and Democrats and independents were supporting the movement called Fuck Jay Inslee, who was the governor in Seattle of Washington State. People were turning, and all of a sudden, we got millions of illegal immigrants, a lot of people coming into Washington State, and all of a sudden, the tables turned. Huh. If you think that's a coincidence, you're a fucking moron. Here's another coincidence. Dead people voted on the election. Yeah. Yeah. Illegal immigrant was voting in the election. Yep. And they also stopped counting votes. When they reached the number, wait, listen to this. When they reached the number of registered voters, they stopped the counting. And yet, there was boxes of ballots that were not counted. Do you think that's coincidence? No, it's not coincidence. Do you also think that is a coincidence that they don't allow the federal government to get the voter rolls? Yeah, that's right. Yep. I see dead people. Yeah, dead people voting. That's a real thing. It's a real thing. Man, there's people that don't like to be informed, bro. You guys don't like to be informed. That's okay. You know what? This is why people on the right, they know what I'm talking about. Let me see. Mr. Grease the Lifeguard, Ryder Williams. All right. I think there's a live going on. Why don't we get to that? I think President Trump has got a live going on right now. Let me see. Yeah, I think so. I don't know. Let me actually go to the White House. Let me go to the White House. Oh, yeah. Okay. So it is a live. Oh, there we go. I didn't put this live on from August 14. That means that we get to get another speech from President Donald J. Trump, my favorite president of the United States of America. Let's go ahead and jump into the live that he has right now. Let's go into this. Do you get tired of being a lame-ass nigga? There we go. Let's see. I think it just started not too long ago. Here we go.
Not really. It was trouble. Yeah. So you're going to have a long and beautiful life. Thank you. And I just thought we were all watching. Everybody watched and got a lot of publicity because of the ferocity of the waves. I've never seen waves. I mean, that was sort of violent. We were just discussing, and at certain times of the year, mostly like right around now, the waves get very rough in that area, and they're swirling, and if you don't know what you're doing, it's going to be tough, or if you're small, if you're young. So I just want to congratulate Nathaniel Ray for coming through an ordeal. That means you're going to have good luck in life. You know, that's called good luck. I want to say hello to your father, and came along for we invited them to the Oval Office and to the White House. After this, if you'd like, we're going to have them brought up to the Lincoln bedroom, where you see the room of Abraham Lincoln. That's pretty good, right? Yeah. And also your sister. It's really nice. We have some of the people that Nathaniel and that worked so much on the whole process with Nathaniel, and were with Ryder right from the beginning. And I guess you learned from these people. They taught you how to do what you do so well, Ryder, right?
Yes, sir. They trained me.
And Nathaniel's very happy about that, Ryder, I have to tell you. Shane Williams, the father of Ryder. Thank you very much, Shane. You did a good job.
Thank you.
I see you're in one of my favorite uniforms.
Yes,
I'm a big fan of that. You couldn't be happier, right?
I couldn't be more proud.
When you saw that on television.
Yes.
It was incredible, actually. Shannon Williams, That's the mom. So you did a good job. It's good genetics. When you look at him, you can see really good. Summit Ray, that's the father. Thanks again, Summit. Appreciate it. Layla Ray, sister of Nathaniel. Thank you, honey. Aaron Bonin, Santa Cruz lifeguard who assisted Ryder, and he became quite famous also. That was a good assist. He helped you a lot, right? Yes, sir. He helped you a lot. Thank you very much. Great job. Fantastic. Alex Luscutoff, Chief of Law Enforcement and Emergency Service in Santa Cruz. Thank you. Great job you guys are doing. Thank you, Mr. President. Justin McHenry, Assistant Chief of Aquatics and Lifeguard Operations, Santa Cruz.
Right here, sir.
Good job.
Thank
Were
you.
you responsible for the training?
Yes, I help oversee and guide the training for our lifeguard program.
And for a lot of the lifeguards, right?
We train about 200 lifeguards a year.
Great.
Yep.
At that age, too?
Starting at 16.
Starting at 16. That's a lot. I read that that's a lot to do for a 16-year-old. That's not easy.
It's a huge responsibility, and it requires a lot of...
That he did it so well, right?
It requires a lot of integrity and resilience, and I think this particular rescue that Ryder performed really exemplifies what we're looking for in a state park lifeguard.
And you couldn't let go for an instant. If you let go for one instant, it'd be very hard to find, right?
Oh, absolutely. In those conditions, losing a victim would be disastrous.
Yeah, really amazing. You have no idea the respect. Joel, where's Joel? State Park Superintendent, lifeguard, Santa Cruz. Joel, thank you very much. That's dinner hour, right? Good job, Joel. And Mike McAnamy, State Park Superintendent, Santa Cruz. Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Well, we're honored to have all of you. And again, what you did was incredible, and everybody saw it. And you'd watch it over and over. I know when I first saw it, I said, "Roll that back. I want to see that again." Is that really happening? And both of you people have to be very proud. The whole group is proud. And your father is the happiest man in the world, you know that? Because I asked him a question. I said, so if that didn't happen, your life would be ruined. And you said, it would be a whole different life, right?
Absolutely.
Amazing.
No question. It's incredible what Ryder did. I'm just beyond grateful to him and Aaron and the rest of the team and even the Good Samaritans that were there. I mean, it's just such a privilege to be sitting next to him today.
Yeah.
And be able to celebrate his birthday tomorrow.
And I'll bet you'll stay a little bit related to this group of people.
Absolutely.
Because you realize what a fantastic job they did.
We're a great
Probably,
family.
you know, it's interesting because they're saying that you have in that area so many different saves. You're saying that night you helped somebody out. Maybe not to that extent, but you helped somebody out. But maybe lifeguards don't get the credit they deserve. This really showed how important it is. And certain areas. So certain areas of the country, you could say, are just very susceptible to people getting in trouble, right? And was this one of the worst on the state, on that entire coast? I mean, do you have other areas? Because that looks like a very dangerous place, the way those waves, on a beautiful day, right?
The characteristics on that given day made it a little more difficult. You know, it was a warm day, so there's lots of folks on the beach recreating, and then combine it with that large surf and the strong currents that we had in the area made it treacherous. But California's coastline is very diverse, and we have very remote and rugged sections of coastline that our lifeguards work on every day.
Do you have areas where you don't have lifeguards that are very dangerous and people innocently go swimming and they don't have a chance, probably, right?
There certainly are unguarded areas within the state and around the nation, and you know, people getting in without the knowledge or ability to recreate in those waters can be extremely dangerous.
And you have a lot of that. Is this one of the more dangerous areas, the swirl?
I would say it's, during the summer months, it's one of our more dangerous summer beaches, yes.
Yeah, it looked amazing, and it didn't stop. You know, the water came in and just keep coming. It was, and it looked like you were almost on shore, but you weren't really on shore.
It's deceptive.
It was a fantastic thing. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, congratulations and
Congratulations on being honored here, Mr.
Let's
Williams.
keep the questions for them just for this, and then we can ask a couple later. Go ahead,
Thank
please.
you, Mr. President. So thank you for doing this, first
Good,
of all.
sure.
What do you hope young Americans in our country take away from this incredible young man's
That's
story?
a great question. I mean, look, they're going to look up to Ryder. They're going to look up to Nathaniel, the way Nathaniel handled it. He was cool considering the problems I was watching. You were very cool, and they're going to gain respect. I think, very importantly, they're going to gain respect for what these people do, having to do with lifeguards and having to do with safety. This was an unbelievable experience. Anybody watching, it's not my world, but I respect that world. I always had, but never maybe so much as I do now. So I thought you bring, to your profession, to what you do and what you do so well, you brought tremendous grace and experience, really tremendous grace, tremendous a feeling that it's so amazing to see this happen, to see it before your eyes. And I don't think any other, I've seen surfs, I've seen rescues before, I've never seen anything quite like this. It's been a great thing for your profession, and people are going to respect it even more, respect you even more. So I just thought it was really a very worthwhile event to have it at the Oval Office. So congratulations.
Mr. President,
Okay, so I actually have a
if
question.
you don't mind, can I have a question for the young gentleman as
Go ahead,
well?
sure.
So first of all, a lot of people are very inspired by what you did. Can you tell us what was going through your mind at those dangerous moments, and what would you like to do in the future? How has this experience as a lifeguard shaped you?
In those dangerous moments that we have, we always try to fall back on our training. We are trained so well by many to handle that situation as best we can. So I really am just thinking about how to get the boy out of the water as fast as I can. And for shaping my future, I want to be a firefighter in the future, hopefully go through paramedic school. And
He's off to a good start. We'll give him recommendations. We may have some good recommendations. Go ahead.
That's all I have.
Can I? Sorry. First of all, thank you. You are an inspiration for all of us, I think, and especially you give us hope for your generation. And along those lines, do you have a message for your generation about service and what you're doing?
I hope that everybody can take away from this and try to help more people. Try to look out for everybody around you, and just try to help everybody out as much as you can.
What's the average age of a lifeguard in your area?
I'd say a lot of this last year, a lot of them were 16 to 17 years old.
And you have some that make it a profession, right?
Yes, sir.
A lot. So do you have 35, 40, 45-year-old?
Yes,
That's
sir.
great. And they lead a beautiful life on the surf, right?
Yes, sir.
And they would rather do nothing else,
That's
right?
right.
That's very good. I think it's great.
Mr. President, on a different topic.
Well, wait,
John.
let's finish on this topic. This is very exciting to me.
Mr.
So, it's so
President.
exciting to see something like this happen. He's a real hero. When you see that, I don't know if I'd do it. I wouldn't probably. You're lucky I wasn't. You're lucky I wasn't on service that day. I don't know. But no, he's a real hero. It's an amazing thing. And he's a real lucky guy, too. God was watching you, right?
Yeah.
Great. Go ahead, please.
Mr. President, I do have a question about Iran, but I would like to ask you something about the rescue as well. Following this, there's been a push in Congress to officially affirm that open water lifeguards should be recognized as first responders. That would apparently really open up access to benefits, more federal programs. Would you support that push?
Well, I think they have gone a long way to get that done. It's something most people don't talk about. We have a lot of other things we talk about. And first time I've ever heard the question, but this is something that's been going on, I guess. Is that right? I'd like to put my weight behind it. So let's take a look at it. Very important. Yeah, I like the idea. Why do you ask that question? I mean, is this something that's been discussed very
Members
much?
of Congress have been talking about it in the wake of this
Well, I
rescue.
think in the wake of what happened here, there's a possibility something like that would happen.
And Mr. President, your memorandum of understanding with Iran expires today. Are you any closer to reaching a final deal on ending Iran's nuclear
Let's
program
finish
today
up.
than you were 60 days ago?
Let's finish up with Ryder, and then when we're done, we'll answer a couple of those questions. Yeah?
Thank you, Mr. President, again. So for the young men and for those who trained him here, so as a parent, I'm very concerned when I see moments like those. What's your message to parents across the country who want to really improve their children's safety, especially when they're younger like this?
Well, I think you have to be going to the right beach, number one, and I think you have to have lifeguards around, right? Because you could go to that water. That looks so beautiful the day. It was such a beautiful day, everything nice. The water didn't look that bad, and then all of a sudden you see these violent waves come in. That's what amazed me so much. I studied it. I said, this is incredible. I've never seen that kind of roughness in water. I've seen tragic things happen, but I've never seen water that looks so calm, and then every 15 seconds, the violence comes back in. I think really you probably have areas, I'll bet you have areas that you think should have, as you call them, guards, that don't have. Can you imagine having more guards along the coast, parts of the coast, that aren't guarded where people die?
Yeah, certainly. The National Water Safety Action Plan and the California State Action Plan both call for more supervision, and by supervision
do we lose a lot of people due to lack of covering an area?
It can be challenging in some of those spots because of the economy to live there is expensive. It's a coastal beach community, and there's $1 million homes on the beach, and our lifeguards are making a little more than minimum wage, but it can be challenging to live in those spaces, so it's hard to retain employees in those areas.
As the lifeguards grow older and they want to make that a profession, which is a noble profession, they make much higher salaries, right?
Yeah. Yes. If they become
they make a good living.
If they become a full-time lifeguard, which in our department requires you to become a peace officer.
I see. Okay. Well, that helps spur that other question.
It does. That's a livable wage, and they can become members of the community and live where they're working, and give back.
So will you be doing it? You helped so much with Ryder. Will you be doing it as a profession, or will you be doing other things later?
So I'm actually a full-time firefighter paramedic with a fire department in California, and I've stayed on the books with state parks because I owe this program a lot, and it's done a lot for me.
Oh, that's great.
I love being here, helping train people like Ryder, so I plan on staying around for a long time.
That's great. Good job. That's fantastic. Yeah, please.
Are you
Policy
okay?
question, Mr. President?
Go ahead.
Under the policy.
There's a lot of debate right now about these license plate scanners that are going up across the country. They're called flock cameras. People are worried that the police might misuse them. Have you heard of them?
Yep.
Or what's your stance?
Well, it's being studied right now. You have pros and cons, right? It's being studied right now. We'll have an answer sort of as to our views on it over the next couple of weeks.
Mr. President, John Ossoff said you'd rather travel with your aide, Natalie Harp, and build the ballroom than do your job as president. What is your response, John Ossoff?
You mean Pee Wee Herman? Pee Wee Herman lookalike? No, I would much rather do other things. We're building a great facility here. We're fixing a White House that hasn't been taken care of. You can look at this. This room was a disgraceful situation, the Oval Office, and it was let go. The whole building, the White House, was let go. The exteriors were falling apart. The columns were falling apart. The whole place was a mess. In addition, they've been trying to get a ballroom for the last 150 years. And when I said I was going to build a ballroom, the military asked if they could see me. And they say, sir, we have an opportunity to go down deep into the ground and build a military facility to go to the White House and to go with all of Washington, D.C., which would be so valuable. And then they came up with the drone port on top, which would be a major drone port to protect the White House and all of D.C. And all of those things added up, and it became much more than just a ballroom. And I said to myself, wow, what an opportunity. I mean, if I was just going to build a ballroom, I could have had it built very quickly, because I build very well and very quickly. We went 5 stories down into the ground. We did a lot of tremendous things for the military, things that they could never get. They said, this is an opportunity that we have because you're building the ballroom, that if you would be willing to spend more time, we would love to be able. We've been trying to do this at the White House for many, many years, and they've been trying to have a ballroom at the White House for many, many years. Now, what happened is we used to use tents, and the tents are usually made of either a plastic material, or canvas, and they wouldn't stop a .22 caliber. They wouldn't stop anything in terms of safety. It'd be very dangerous. And they haven't used a tent for years. They haven't had any big, like we have President Xi coming on September 24th or so. I think it's September 24th. And we'd love to have 2,000 people coming to dinner and celebrating a nice evening, et cetera, but we only have a room that's going to hold 89 people, and 89 people is not appropriate. So maybe more importantly, it's totally secure with bulletproof windows, bulletproof sides. It's drone-proof. It's missile every at the top of the line, and we need it. And especially with what's happened, unfortunately, to the world, you could say. Yeah.
So do you think on Oman this morning you said you would bomb the S out of Oman if they got in the way of reopening the Strait of Hormuz. Would you say you're out of patience with Oman, a strategic
No,
partner?
I don't think they behave very well, but we'd handle them very easily, just like we do other things.
Mr. President, I have actually two questions. There was a report by Center Square that nearly 24 Democratic attorney generals, months before your reelection, were basically planning already lawsuits against you, and wanted to see what your comment is on that. Second question.
Well, I heard about that. I'm not surprised because they've weaponized this country like never before. The Democrats, or the Democrats as they call them, they've weaponized the country like nobody's ever seen anything like it. When you see the reports that are coming out now, that you would have never seen if I had not won the election in a landslide, but you would have never seen it if I didn't win the election. But the reports that you see coming out now and the kind of illegal activity that they used on the 2020 election and beyond is earth-shattering. These are very dishonest people, so I wouldn't be surprised to hear that.
Sorry, this is on D.C. You have mentioned before if the Democrats get in again, that they may eliminate the filibuster next time and make D.C. a state. A while back, Senator Mike Lee had floated an idea.
It wouldn't be a state. It wouldn't be. I mean, if we're talking about us, we have, as you know, a very radically left person elected mayor, who I haven't met. I'm sure she's very nice, but very, very, very radical left. And we would have to federalize D.C. You know, we've made D.C. great. When I got here, it was a very dangerous capital. I would have said to Ryder, don't come, it's too dangerous. Now I can say you can walk down the street, you can grab Nathaniel and all your friends, you can walk in, you're going to be very safe. But if you were here a year and a half ago, the numbers were horrible. The crime stats, the murders, the death, the drug dealing, everything was, we have one of the safest, we've taken it from one of the most unsafe cities in the country to as safe a city as there is. Amazing what's happened to Washington, and it's our capital. We have to have a safe capital. And we did it through a lot of different reasons, but we also put the National Guard here. But in addition to that, the cleanliness, the new grass, the graffiti's all gone. We fixed up 82 monuments, fountains, and other things. The places, and when you see it in 6 months from now, it's going to be even beyond that. We're proud of our capital. I think these things are important. Whether you build, whether you do something to fix the White House where, you know, now they've never had a real estate developer, a good one, a real good one here before. They might not ever have one again. But, you know, fixing up our great capital is a very important thing. I think it's very important psychologically. It's very important from the standpoint of people being able to come to the country and not get murdered in the capital. People would come here. We had one of the worst, one of the most unsafe cities in the country. Now we have one of the safest. Just to finish, we had a real problem with restaurants. Nobody wanted to have restaurants, entrepreneurs, restaurant entrepreneurs. Now you can't get space. Every restaurant is packed. The place is booming. People aren't going to get mugged and raped and beat to hell and shot and killed in Washington, D.C. One of the safest places. Crime is down 84%, and I did that in a short period of time. It's also down in Memphis, where we went specifically, and it's also down in New Orleans. I was asked by the governor, could I do something, because they were having Mardi Gras. It was very bad, and they had the best Mardi Gras they've ever had, the safest Mardi Gras that they've ever had. And we could do it in New York, we could do it in California, we could do it in Chicago if we were asked to do it. But the crime stats in the whole country, we have down 15, 16, 70%, a record.
Mr. President, why hasn't Kim Jong-un responded to your request to have a conversation?
How do you know he hasn't responded?
Has he?
Yeah, he has.
Did you speak to
Where are you in conversation?
That's very positive. Well, just so you understand with South Korea, look, South Korea has been protected by us for many, many years. And during my first term, they agreed to pay close to $3 billion a year for protection, because we don't, you know, they essentially weren't paying. And I asked them to do that at my request. I said, not right. They weren't happy about it, but they agreed. I asked for $10 billion, and they were very unhappy. But we agreed for a short term that it would be $3 billion, and next year it would go up, and the next year it would go up, so they start paying for their protection. When the election was rigged and I ended up watching for 4 years and then coming back, I watched Biden rescind that $3 billion here for whatever reason. When I called recently the president of South Korea, who I like, I think he's very nice actually, but I called him, I said, would you like to give us a little hand? We don't need help with Iran, but if you'd like, give us a hand with Iran. He said, no thanks. And I said, wait a minute, we have 39,000 soldiers over there guarding you from Kim Jong-un, your next door neighbor, and you're not going to help us on a very easy military operation in Iran? That's strange. No, we'd rather not get involved. I say, well, why are we involved in helping you? So, and I want to help them, but you know, when you ask somebody, would you like to give us a hand, and they say, no thanks, and then we're guarding them from a country and paying ourselves billions of dollars, it's costing us billions and billions of dollars to protect not only them, but other countries. Look at NATO. We spend hundreds of billions of dollars protecting Europe from Russia. Hundreds of billions, mostly from Russia, but from other things too. And then they say, well, they don't want to get involved with guarding the strait where they get most of their oil. They get 50% of their oil, and they don't want to get involved. Why are we doing it? So all I want is fairness. And South Korea, I get along with them very well, but they were paying $3 billion a year, and then they convinced Biden that I was probably a bad person and they shouldn't, and he immediately rescinded that order. So we were getting paid. We would have been getting paid a lot more, but we can't go around and protect all of these countries, especially when they're not there to help us.
On the expiration of the Memorandum of Understanding, are you any closer today to reaching a final deal to end Iran's nuclear program
Well, they want
than you
to
were
make a
60
deal,
days
but
ago?
they're not going to make the kind of a deal that I feel is necessary. Look, we're in there for one reason. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You understand that? Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, and they won't have a nuclear weapon. And right now, them building one after what we did previously with the B-2 bombers, going to be a long time behalf. But Iran cannot have. It's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon.
How do you respond to folks who say that you are prioritizing the interests of adversaries in North Korea over our longtime partners by scaling back these military exercises?
No, I'm making it much safer. You see, I'm actually making it much safer. Kim Jong-un has always treated me with great respect, and we met on numerous occasions, actually, 2 primary occasions, spoken and spent time. I understand him, he understands me. You're doing war games. I get along with him. You know, he didn't like Biden, he didn't like Obama, he didn't like anybody. But I get along with him very well. No, what I'm doing is making things safer. Just the opposite.
Did he ask to scale back on those?
Quiet. You're very disrespectful in front of this young man. Okay? Don't you find her disrespectful? He understands. Quiet. Who are you with?
I'm with CNN.
Fake news. You're
just wanted
fake
to follow
news.
up on this.
You're a loud, boisterous person. You're fake news.
I was
Be
trying
quiet.
to find out
Be
if you
quiet.
had been talking
Be
to Kim
quiet.
Jong-un, if he had asked you
You're a
to
fake
scale back
reporter, and you
on
report
those
fake
military
news.
exercises.
Go ahead.
Mr. President, is there enough food on the USS Lincoln?
Yeah, it is. That was a CNN fake report. The Lincoln has been out there for a period of time, good period of time, but over the years we've had them out there much longer. I was at a group meeting, and an admiral came up to see me over the weekend, and it was at a big group, and he happened to be an admiral retired. He said, I've been on ships that are out there much longer than that, sir, and I know people on the Lincoln, they say it's beautifully maintained and beautifully taken care of. And other people went out and they found out to be true. It was fake news reporting from CNN.
Mr. President, there was a report that a senior intelligence official with the CCP just bought a historical building overlooking the White House. Have you heard about this? Do you have a reaction to that?
Mr. President.
Mr. President, yes, Mr. President.
Yeah, go ahead, behind you.
Okay.
The British Prime Minister recently reportedly sent text to someone impersonating Susie Wiles. Are you concerned about his judgment or the state of communications between the two countries?
No, but who happened? What happened? They sent text?
Apparently the Prime Minister sent text to somebody impersonating Susie Wiles, and it was...
No, I'm sure that he had a miscommunication.
Mr. President.
He's the Prime Minister.
Mr. President.
You know, I spoke to him. We had a good conversation, a couple of them. We had a good conversation. One of the things he is going to do, I think he's going to open up the North Sea. That'll make UK pretty rich, I'll tell you. If he opened up the North Sea, now he's got an immigration problem and he has an energy problem. He would have solved one of his problems. That would be a big thing. That would make UK rich. If you open up the North Sea, it's one of the great finds anywhere in the world. And if they would open up the North Sea, UK would be rich again.
Mr. President. Yes, Mr. President. Have the people who
Don't you find them nice? Huh? Nice people, right? Look at him. He's saying, where do people like this come from?
We're not all
Your son is saying, where do people like this come from? Go ahead.
The people who are opposing, the people who are opposing the ballroom and challenging it, have they offered any sort of solution or sort of compromise, or are they just saying there should be a hole there?
The people that are opposing the ballroom are people that, in my opinion, are very disloyal to our country, very, very disloyal to our country. And I think we're doing very well. We're way ahead of schedule. We're under budget. It's going to be the most beautiful ballroom of its kind. You know, when I was in China, we went to the Great Hall of China. It was this big, beautiful building. And we don't have anything like that. And we have to have that. It's very important. But we also are getting tremendous military protection, drone protection. The building is drone-proof. It's missile-proof as much as something can be missile-proof. It's totally bulletproof. Any bullet, nothing can go through the windows. We have, you know, all top-of-the-line stuff. It's very safe. And you know, the one thing, it's not for me, because I'm going to be here a very short period of time. When it's finished, if it finishes right on time, on budget, on time, I'll be there for 4, 5, 6 months. This is for future presidents. This isn't for me. This is for future presidents. And it's a gift. We're making a gift to our country, spending hundreds of millions of dollars to build a ballroom. And it's a gift from great patriots of this country. From, as an example, I mean, I'll give you names. I released some of the names. In fact, I wanted to put them out today, but we got a little busy. And this was, frankly, being with this group of people was very important to me. But we'll be putting them out, some of the people that contributed. But this is a gift to the United States of America. No taxpayer money is necessary. And you can have the finest ballroom anywhere in the world. It's not something I wanted to do, but it's something that's needed. And again, I'm not going to get to use it very much, because by the time it's completed, I'll have 4 or 5 months left, 3 months, who knows. But we're ahead of schedule. It's going to be the best of it in the world, of its kind in the world. There'll be nothing like it in the world. It fits beautifully with the White House. It's gotten fantastic reviews, architectural reviews. People think it's incredible. And when you see it, you'll say, wow, that's really something. And that's what the United States is all about. We have to have that. But in addition to the ballroom, we're building a great military complex. The people that started the lawsuit, the head person, I believe, was fired. And she was fired from another event just before that. And she's the one that started. It's a National Trust, but the National Trust for Historic Preservation. Now, they say it's a United States. They use the word United States, but it's not related to the United States. In fact, the United States doesn't even contribute to it. It has nothing to do with it. It stopped contributing when they realized there were nothing but troublemakers. Years ago, it stopped contributing. So this isn't like an official United States Bureau, a United States agency. They stopped contributing to the National Trust. And it's called the National Trust. It has this great name, National Trust for Historic Preservation. They're a bunch of troublemakers that the United States, many years ago, long before me, stopped contributing to. The woman that started it was fired. She's no longer there. So this is the remnants of it. And the bottom line is they're trying to stop something, and they won't be successful, but they're trying to stop something that's almost completed. When they brought a suit, why didn't they bring the suit a year before? Why did they bring the suit in the middle of construction when $400 million almost is spent on its construction? Why wouldn't they have started the suit a year early? Everybody knew it was going to be. It was no secret. Everybody knew that it was taking place. So they should have done that. But the National Trust is very disloyal to the country because they reveal things. You know, I said the problem with the suit, I told them this, is that we have many military things in this ballroom. And ideally, they shouldn't be revealed. But now they are revealed, so the world knows about it. That's okay. They shouldn't have done it. They're very disloyal. But I think we're doing really well. We're way ahead of schedule. And many presidents are going to use it for many years to come. The country will have one of the greatest gifts it's ever received. One more.
Last week you said that you would soon declare the Strait of Hormuz to be a territory of the United States. Could you elaborate?
Well, I just think it's a great idea. Yeah, I mean, we control it. We control it with the blockade. We have a blockade. We control it with the blockade. And I like the idea of declaring it a territory. We have total control over the strait. Now, they can be a nuisance. They can put a mine in the water, and people don't like having mines hit their billion-dollar ships, etc. But the blockade has been very effective. And, we're taking out, now maybe that will stop, or maybe it'll open up even further, but we're taking out millions of barrels of oil a week. If you look at the kind of numbers that we're doing, the strait is open. And the oil prices are coming down, and they will continue to come down unless we decide to do something far more drastic than we're doing. Iran is in big trouble. They have 300% inflation. The country is a mess, and the military is totally defeated. Thank you very much, everybody.
Are you seeking an extension to the MOU?
Thank you.
It's so interesting to read you guys' comments on here. I sit here and I'm trying to listen to all these comments, and like people don't read. They are narrow-minded, they're blind, they're deaf, but they're hella loud. They're blind, deaf, but they're hella loud. You understand that? I wrote down President Trump. I voted for President Trump. Don't disrespect my president. He represents the United States of America. He represents me. He is my president. And yet I read dumbass comments from Ron, who is Ron.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass
nigga. Chas.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
And Paul.
You's a lame ass nigga. Oh, weak ass nigga.
Oh, man. You libtards crack me up, bro. You crack me up. Unbelievable. Somebody says, oh, yeah? What ship was out there longer? What ship was out there longer? A little quick research. And you can find out that information. This is what tells me that libtards you guys don't do your research. I wish you would. And then, do your research, compare different articles. Don't just go to your favorite. Go compare different articles. Do some homework. Don't be lazy. So the new third. Listen, when you say that you believe in respect, hey, none of that shit in here. None of that shit. Go to timeout for 10 minutes. Go to the corner. Think about what you did wrong. But when you sit here and you say that you come from a country that believes in respect, well, what do you think that our president should do when the reporters are being rude? Should they be allowed to disrespect everybody else in that room? And the president, who has the authority, who should have control of that room because he is the president, he is the leader, he can tell her to shut up and have some respect. I don't know how you show respect but respect is earned. You are invited to the Oval House. You're invited to the White House. You're invited to the ballroom. You're invited anywhere you are invited. Have some respect. Use some tact. Use some common sense, which is something that CNN be lacking. Can't beat me, bruh. You don't come in here and insult my intelligence. Look at me. When do I clown on you? When do I call you names? When you act like that. It's very simple. No, you got to have some tact. Hey, Mr. President, with all due respect, listen, so this is what we've been hearing. Now, this is, not my opinion. This is just what's happening. I want to know, where do you really stand with this? Because, this is what we have heard. Okay, fantastic. But let me tell you what the problem is. When you cry, wolf, 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 when you are telling the truth, nobody believes you. And you get tore up. It's like, remember when we actually had some education in school? I remember when I was in Honduras, I used to love biblioteca time. That means library time. Because we will all come into the library, and this was story time, in the library. I remember very vividly, oh my God, what a good feeling. Thank you, Father, for this memory. And I remember that, man, I was so eager. Every Tuesday we had library, baby. Woo-hoo! And when we didn't have library, oh, I suffered. But we will have library. And the teacher there, what we will do is, we read some books sometimes, but it was story time on Tuesdays. That means we got to hear some of Disney's stories, and things like that. And so we will listen to them. And here's the point what I'm going to make about this. In second grade, we hear stories that, could be horrible stories for some people. But we listen to stories like Hansel and Gretel, right? Go out there, no parents. Just go out there in the forest without a care and listen to some stranger. They wanted to be gluttons. They wanted to eat. I think they were the ones that were eating all the candy and all that stuff, right? Moral of the story: don't go to strangers' houses. We learn something, You learn some story from life, like the story that I just told you. The liar that keeps crying, wolf, wolf, wolf. He thinks he's being funny. But he's lying. Oh, the wolf. Oh, my God, the wolf. He's lying. Then the people are, oh, my God, where? Nothing. You fell for it. Second time. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Everybody, oh, my God, where? What happened? 3 times. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Then finally, the wolf shows up. The kid is scared shitless. Wolf, wolf, wolf. Then the people say, he's just lying. Who cares? That's CNN. CNN has been raising false testimonies against President Trump that when they actually have a point, we just don't give a shit. You know what I'm saying? That is the problem. Now, you can say Fox is a fake news as well. That's fine. But at least they call an A's and A's and a spade. When you do that, then you can form an opinion. But you can't fucking form an opinion when the president just found the cure for cancer and you're still tearing him apart. You can't do that. You think the president is a fucking machine? No, he's human. He also gets tired of the bullshit. Just like here. In the Dennis Herrera show, when you have all these leftist people that come in here talking shit, especially when they have no clue what the world is all about. They don't know what the purpose of their life is. And they like to come in here and they want to start talking shit without any evidence, without any foundation, just with lies, lies, lies that they have been told over and over. And their low IQ and their little tiny brains that can't capture some type of comprehension doesn't allow them to create their own thoughts. That is a problem. When President Trump is doing some negotiations, CNN every single day trashing him. Democrats every single day. That Sonic is oh my God, dude. I'm just saying. It's just an example, bro. It's this guy. Cancer cure. I want some. Where is it? Oh, this guy. Let me just tell you. Not even 15 minutes after President Trump was declared President of the United States of America, and the Democrats were already screaming, "Free Palestine, impeach the motherfucker." That's the Democrats. So, they have hated Trump since day one. Why do I support Trump? Because of the fucking libtards. That's why. I'm sick and tired of fucking libtards. Every single day. Fuck Trump. It fucking pisses me off. Wolf, wolf, wolf. That's what you're doing. You fucking morons. I wish that you would have been like, you know what? Fuck it, we lost. Let's say what this idiot has to do. And then judge him on what he does. But that's not what the Democrats stand for. You just don't like Trump. I say it every single day. When you come into my show, if you want me to take you seriously, stop talking about fucking Trump. Talk to me about the issues. The moment you said, I hate Trump, you lost. The moment you can't answer a question, you mention Trump, you lost. Every single time I tell you, forget about Trump and just talk to me like a fucking American citizen. How do we protect this country? How do we stop drugs? How do we help the economy? How do we get affordability back? How do we do this? How do we do that? And the moment you fucking say Trump, you lose. It's not about Trump. Every single day, I know who I am. I know what I stand for. Those of you who follow me for the longest, you know I stand for America first. You know why I support Israel. But the rest of all these libtards that come in here just hating me because I support Trump is the stupidest fucking thing they can do. Because you're not going to make me change my mind. You're just going to make me even more hardcore Trump. Let's talk about the Navy. Let's talk about it. Hey, you know, there's some people that have some mental problems. I get it. Let's help them out. Let's encourage them. Tell the sailors in the Navy, we believe in you. Hang in there. We love you. Thank you so much. We know you're suffering. We know you're struggling, but we honor you. You honor us. We love you even more because we know you're suffering, but you continue to be a patriot to your countrymen. You see what I'm saying? Then let's engage. What can we do better? As far as I know, they get plenty of supplies. If you can't have fresh food, well, how about getting some fucking food that the people get in the military when they go to war? Grab a pack of food. Oh, here we go. Here's some lunch. Here's some chicken with some, some dry vegetables and shit. Just add some hot water. Is that what you want for our sailors? I'm sure they can do that. And their food will last longer. But nobody wants to fucking go and do their duty on the Navy ship eating snot for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. There's ways to talk about it. There's ways to communicate. There's ways to go back and forth. But this whole fucking thing about libtards coming in here without any foundation. They're libtards because they hate Trump. Socialists. There's no room for socialists or communists in this country. It's horrible. It's a disease that needs to be eradicated. It's unbelievable. It is unbelievable. I wish they would. I wish they would come in and try to have a conversation, but that's not what they want. NBC, ABC, MSN 13, all of these fucking legacy leftist media outlets. It's not just CNN, it's all of them. Especially ABC. Remember, ABC was the one that edited the audio of the speech that Trump gave on January 6th. I'm not going to forget that shit. And all of the fucking libtards that say that we were all criminals, well, fuck you. You are all criminals. How does that feel? Just stop it. Stop your fucking lies. Stop fighting us every fucking step of the way. Shit. We won. Let the Trump administration do what they're going to fucking do, and then you can think about what you're going to do for the next one. Venezuela, righteous. Cuba is righteous. Iran is righteous. Everything that we have done so far is righteous. War on the cartel, war on drugs, war on illegal immigration, all righteous. It all protects the United States of America. It is all for the best interest of the United States of America. If other countries don't want to support them, fuck them. We don't need them. Fuck them. But when they ask for our help, we're going to tell them to shove it up their ass. South Korea saying no thanks to us, fighting against the no nukes for Iran, then fuck them. I take North Korea's side. I'd rather have North Korea be threatening me and still honoring our commitments, our agreements, than to have a fake-ass friend like South Korea. Fuck them. Taiwan wants to do the same thing, but fuck them. Let China take over. We're going to do our own shit over here with our chips anyway. Within the next few years, we're going to be making the load of chips that we are getting from Taiwan. And then we don't need them. But I'm telling you right now, everything that we are arguing about here, it's about the United States of America first and only. That is the point. That is the point. North Korea is evil. But North Korea respects us more than South Korea. My point is, fuck them. We don't have a dictatorship. But we have a man in an administration who is enforcing our laws. And that might look like a dictator to you because you're not used to our laws being enforced. Democrats have been used to raping the Constitution, abusing the American citizen rights, giving away the United States country's sovereignty to illegal immigrants. You should be pissed. And if you're not, well, fuck you very much. With that being said, my patriots, all of you guys who are on my team, we're going to listen to our POTUS for at least an hour long. Oh, yeah, we're going to get to enjoy this. I'm sure he's going to mention the economies, and some of the libtards don't want to acknowledge that he still talks about it. But I just have a question.
I got a question because I really need to know, do you ever get tired
Libtards.
Of being a bitch ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A hoe ass nigga. A pussy ass nigga.
That's you. All the libtards on the left that are against us and President Trump. Fuck you all. You can either join the American citizens or continue to support you illegal immigrants and all you fucking communist enemies of the United States of America. Mr. POTUS, please help me bring my blood pressure down. Give us a beautiful President Trump speech. We need to hear it.
Wow. There's a lot of people outside trying to get in. A lot of people outside, but I just want to say a very special hello to New York and a very, very special hello, Long Island. I love Long Island. I'm thrilled to be back in the state I love, and I do love it. I'm so proud of it, but it's going in bad direction. We got to change it around. We'll get Bruce in there. We'll change it around. We're going to change it around. You watch. He's going to do well, but to be with the hardworking patriots of Nassau County, appreciate it. And we're especially grateful to be joined by the incredible men and women of Nassau County Police Department and a lot of other law enforcement. I've known them a long time. There's never any problems, I'll tell you. They're winners. They're just winners, pure and simple. And thanks as well to your brothers and sisters in New York's finest, the New York PD. We love our New York PD. And we're here today to celebrate the historic progress our administration is making together with law enforcement partners nationwide to restore law and order in America. Very simple. A very simple phrase, isn't it? And with these professionals, it's a very easy thing to do. You have to give them, you have to let them do their job. That's all there is. You won't have any problem. That includes right here on Long Island, where under the leadership of your county executive, a great person, a friend of mine for a long time, a great political leader, a great politician, but I don't want to say that negatively. He's a great politician. He wins all the time. He won in a big surprise like 8 or 9 years ago. I remember I said, man, that's tough for you to win in that location. And then he's won in landslides ever since, and he's a winner. Bruce Blakeman. And I said it. I said when Bruce's name got up, I said, you know, if they give that guy just a little bit of a chance, just a little bit of fair treatment from the fake news and everyone else, he's going to win. No, he's going to win. I mean it. But under Bruce, think of this. Nassau County has been rated the #1 safest county in the United States of America. That's not bad. That's not bad. Think of that, the #1 safest county in the United States of America. There's, I think, 6,700 counties. That's not bad, Bruce. Let's keep it up. Do a little bit better next time. How do you top that? U.S. News and World Report gives you a perfect score in terms of crime, 100 out of 100. And under the Trump administration, we're working every day with leaders like Bruce and local police like we have here. We have some of the greatest police officers in the world in this room. And a lot of them, unfortunately, they're standing outside trying to get in. Should we let them in? I don't know. We don't have any room, but let's let them in anyway. Who the hell cares? Who cares? Let's let them in anyway. But dangerous offenders off our streets, and they've taken them, they've brought them off our streets, put savage criminals behind bars, and you know what they're doing? They're making America safe again. They've done a fantastic job. And in the past 4 years before I took office, our country was overrun by violent criminals. I mean, you remember just a couple of years ago how bad it was, right? It was really bad. Foreign gangs, savage thugs with Biden. Sleepy Joe. What a horrible 4 years. That was 4 years in hell. We lived in hell. With Biden and the radical left Democrats. We call them Democrats now because their policies are so dumb. fighting to defund the police. Does that play well in this room? Is there anybody that's in favor of defunding the police in this particular? You'd be afraid to say it if you were. And wide open borders with millions and millions of people pouring in from all over the world, including prisons and jails and mental institutions, insane asylum. You know what that is? That's a mental institution on steroids. You know that. They come from both, including 11,888 murderers, many of whom have killed more than one person. More than 50% killed more than one person. And we took them in with open arms. How stupid could we be? But we're getting them the hell out. They're moving out fast. We're getting them out, and you're helping. And the biggest problem we have, the biggest impediment we have are sanctuary cities, you know, where they protect criminals. It's called a sanctuary for criminals. We ought to change the name, a sanctuary for criminals. But the day I took the oath of office as your 47th president, we ended the border invasion. By the way, we have the best border now in the history of our country. We ended the war on police, and we declared a very strong war on crime. It's been really amazing. We've let our outstanding new Attorney General, happens to be with us. I was surprised to see him. He just got sworn in 2 days ago. Todd Blanche, he's going to be a legend. Where's Todd? I know him very well. I know him for a long time. He's going to be the greatest maybe ever. And we had some good ones in the country. I think he's going to go down. He's got a shot at being the greatest ever. If he remains tough and strong, he'll never change. Are you going to change your ways? I don't think so. If he doesn't change his ways, he's going to go down as the best. So I want to thank Todd, even for being here. Just got sworn in, as well as a Long Island native, born right here, and he's doing a good job. And those numbers are the best numbers anybody's ever seen. FBI Director Kash Patel. Best numbers anybody's ever seen on crime. And with your help, last year we achieved the largest drop in murder rate ever recorded, the lowest level in 125 years. That's since the year 1900. That was before my father was born. He would not have liked me saying that because he always liked to say he's quite young. But he wouldn't have liked that. Think of it, 125 years ago, we broke the record. It's amazing. It's amazing. So I just want to thank all of the people in this room. And today I'm thrilled to announce that the FBI has just released a new Uniform Crime Report showing that in 2025, we achieved the single largest reduction in violent crime in American history. Pretty amazing. And last year, there were over 3,100 fewer murders than the year before I took office. Remember this, and we allowed, through the stupid open borders policy, 25 million people to come into our country. Many of them are now gone, but 25 million people, that's the number, that's the real number, to come into our country. Many of them, the people I just said, drug dealers, prisoners from all over the world. They came in from the Congo, they came in from South America. They were in, and despite that, we have the best crime record in recorded history. 2,000, think of this, rapes, 10,000 fewer. We had 10,000 fewer rapes than the year before, 1 million fewer assaults, robberies, burglaries, thefts. The numbers, every single number, is the first time it's ever happened. Every single number is the lowest number in recorded history. And according to the latest data, crime has continued to plummet under our leadership in 2026, with robberies down another 20% and murders down another 23%. So the numbers you just heard, the preliminary numbers for just now, are even lower than the record numbers that you just heard. So it's a great tribute to all of the people in this room. Together we're showing what is possible when you finally have a president in the White House who supports our police, who lets you do your jobs, and who always backs the blue. We back the blue. And and I have been from the beginning, long before I ran for office. Who would have thought 10 years ago? I've been doing this for now a long time, but not that long if you think I'm president, if you think. It's a pretty quick trip. But I'm with you and always was 100%. 100%. And my administration is proving billions, and we're giving you billions and billions of dollars to hire, equip, and train new police officers. We're giving you more money than you've ever been given in history. More money, and you're going out and you're buying the best equipment you can buy. As president, I will always protect our qualified immunity. Would you like qualified immunity, everybody? Qualified immunity. It's always very important. I also deployed the National Guard and federal law enforcement to restore public safety in our nation's capital, Washington, D.C. And in D.C., Memphis, and New Orleans, we've removed over 30,000 criminals from the streets in a single year. In Memphis, crime is down 71%. In New Orleans, crime is down 75%. And in D.C., crime is down 81%. I'll tell you, because D.C. is very personal for me, but in D.C., crime is now, it was so bad when I got there a year and a half ago. People were being murdered, 3 a week on average. We have very few murders anymore. We have very little crime anymore. We've taken it from the worst, one of the most dangerous, can you imagine our nation's capital, one of the most dangerous cities in the country. We've taken it to one of the safest cities of the country, in the country. And we moved them out. We moved almost 5,000 people out of D.C. And it's a very interesting stat. 2% of the people create 91% of the crime. I love that stat because we can handle 2% of the people. If it was 60% of the people, we got problems. It's 2%. They're repeat criminals, sometimes 3-4 times a day with this cashless bail stuff. They repeat. They go into court. The judge says, "Oh, you can go," and they go out and create another crime. But think of it: 2% create 91% of the crime, and that's something we handled very well. We moved out in Washington almost 5,000, in many cases, career criminals. They're not there anymore. And every day I come to the White House, people are thanking me. "Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir." No, these young, beautiful girls, these young, beautiful girls in the White House, they come in. Now, I'm not supposed to say beautiful, but what the hell? These gorgeous, beautiful girls, they want to be safe, and they come, "Mr. President, may I speak to you?" "Yes." "Thank you, sir. Thank you." I said, "Why are you thanking me?" "Because a year and a half ago, I was afraid to leave. I was afraid to open the door of my apartment. And now I walk to the White House every morning and I have absolutely no fear." "Thank you, sir." Now I get it all the time. Men, women, older men, younger men, and older women and younger women, they're all saying thank you, and I know exactly what they mean. We lived in a hellhole. 2 years ago, we were in a hellhole, and now we have one of the safest cities, and it should be safe. It's our nation's capital. We represent the whole universe, frankly, because there's nothing like the United States. Look at what we've done. Thank you. And for other cities like New York, Chicago, LA, all they have to do is call us and we will stop that crime. We'll stop that horrible crime. We come in with the right people. We come in with the power to move people out of the country if they're here illegally, and a lot of them are criminals that were let in through that open border, that horrible. Remember the scene? Remember the scene? Well, you saw it the other day in Spain, right? Okay, now envision that. They allowed 65,000 people in. Now you remember 25 million people. We were worse. That was like that every single day in our country, and that went on for months and months. And then we had a border czar, as you remember, Kamala. She was the border czar. She never went to the border, and she never once called Border Patrol. Other than that, she did an excellent job. She was a great candidate. I think they should run her again. She was a great candidate. But since I took office, federal law enforcement has arrested incredibly 1.2 million criminals nationwide and bad ones. We want to make sure we get the bad ones. And we've increased federal criminal prosecutions by over 50%. And under the Trump administration, the FBI has nearly doubled its arrests for violent crime. The violent criminals are being arrested, and that's why you see the good crime numbers. I mean, you're seeing crime numbers even in places that do not do, let's say they don't have good leadership, like Chicago has very bad leadership, but we have the numbers down because of what the federal government's doing. We get no credit for it because they say, well, we get no credit for it. They like to take all the credit, but everyone knows we've done an amazing job. The U.S. attorneys and the FBI, all the people, Cash, and Todd has been unbelievable. We get all the credit. And as of this week, we've captured 9 out of 10 fugitives on the FBI's most wanted list, and that's a virtual record. We have a list. We have a list of 10 not nice people. These are not nice people, David Mack. You know, David, stand up, David. One of the wealthiest guys. He's got so much cash. He's got so much cash, he doesn't know what to do with it. And he wants to be safe. They save your ass, David, I'll tell you. You have no idea, David. Anyway, it's good to see you. I haven't seen you in a long time. He's a real estate man, a very good real estate man. And he used to be my enemy, but now he's very nice to me. Now he's very nice. He used to be my competitor, but he's a good man. He's a great, brilliant real estate person, too. It's good to have you, David. Shortly after taking office, I signed a historic executive order directing that anyone convicted of killing a police officer should face the death penalty. And last year, deaths of law enforcement, well, think of this, deaths of law enforcement officers in the line of duty fell to an 80-year low. That means people aren't playing games anymore. It's an 80-year low. Still too many, but it's an 80-year low, despite all of our extraordinary progress to restore safety to every community in our land. The radical left, Marxists, the communists, they're communists. These aren't socialists. Socialists are no good, but communists. Remember I said at the State of the Union speech, the last one, we will not be a socialist country. I was right. They want to make us a communist country. They've skipped socialism. They skipped socialism. Can you believe it? So at least I was right. I like being right. But they continue their war on police and their destruction of the rule of law. The communists want to turn America into a third world country, into a hellhole of crime and filth. You ever notice, I said it a week ago for the first time, the first thing you see, I see, before you even see the crime becomes staggering, is the streets become filthy dirty. They're disgusting. They smell, they rot, but everything becomes dirty. And then you see the crime and you see all the other things. But I don't know, I'm not sure you've ever heard that said by anybody else. Most people wouldn't say it, but it's true. And squalor, and you know, it just becomes so bad. And then the death comes, and it becomes really a true hellhole. And we're not going to let that happen to New York State. And that's why we have to get Bruce into office. We got to get Bruce in there. Nowhere is the communist attack on American society more clear than here in New York State. The radical left Governor Kathy Hochul has been very, very bad on crime, a nightmare for crime. She supports New York's disastrous no cash bail law. You know, it all started, if you think about it, because I've been here for a long time. I love this place, but it gets harder to love. It really does. But if you think, it really started with a no cash bail. Remember that? That was a Cuomo beauty, right? That was a Cuomo beauty. In other words, no cash. Don't worry about it. You kill somebody. Oh, that's okay. Go ahead. Then you go out, kill 2, 3 people a day. It's the craziest thing I've ever heard. And you can't, it's like men playing in women's sports. It's so crazy. You can't believe it.
Acknowledge me!
It's like transgender mutilization of your children. And all these people believe in all this stuff. But they came out with that one with the no cash bail. Just think of it, no cash. You kill somebody, you rob a store, you go right back out on the streets. It is the craziest thing I've ever seen. And I don't know, from a political standpoint, I guess it's good, because Bruce, how the hell can you lose to that? You're going to be ashamed. If you lose, you're going to be ashamed for the rest of your life. You'll be ashamed. Bruce would say, how did I lose to that? No, I mean, think of it. Open borders. Let's have open borders. Have the entire world pour into our country. 25 million people in 4 years. She supported the release of convicted murderers who killed New York City police officers. She wanted people that killed great police officers. One in particular in Long Island, where I went to the funeral, and he just met the people that gave this law enforcement chapels, and rabbis, and met a whole group, and they were there, and they gave the most beautiful sermon. But they kill. These are absolute killers, and then you're not going to change them. You got to get them the hell out, or you got to put them away. And if you don't do that, you're just wasting a lot of time. This whole concept of what they do. The only thing is, from a political standpoint, it's so easy to run against, because it's just common sense. You know, I guess I'm a conservative guy, but I'm a common sense guy more than a conservative guy. It's all about, politics is all about common sense. Bruce is a common sense guy. Bruce is a common sense guy. All of our Congress people that are here, you know, we have all our Congress people here. That's a big deal. I think if you said, would you rather have Bruce Blakeman win or all of your Congress people? I don't know, Bruce. I think I'm going to have to give you up. I might have to take the Congress people. It's so important. Okay, they're very happy. She signed a law weakening the parole enforcement for convicted felons, really weakening it. She spent millions and millions of dollars providing taxpayer-funded lawyers to illegal aliens. If you weren't an illegal alien, you didn't get a lawyer. But if you were an illegal alien, you got lawyers, and they were very good. They were radical left lunatics, but they were very good, very effective. She's in favor of the sanctuary city. She thinks the sanctuary cities are wonderful, which are killing our country. And less than 3 months ago, Kathy Hochul signed a deadly and sedacious new law making New York a so-called sanctuary state. So she took it from the city to the state. Meaning Kathy Hochul wants to release migrant criminals from jail and set them loose on innocent New Yorkers all over. Every street has people that are not supposed to be here. And the reason they left their country is a lot of bad reasons. You know, I know a lot of the leaders of these countries. They're very smart. More than smart, they're street smart, very street smart. And they don't want these people. So what they did is they sent them into the United States of America through the open border. And people like Kathy Hochul, they want to keep them in New York. We don't want to keep them in New York. We don't want them. We don't want to take a chance. Yeah, maybe they'll get better. You know what the chances of? About 2%. Maybe they'll get better. But Hochul and the radical left stand with the gang members, child predators, violent felons. We stand with hardworking New Yorkers. We stand with the great people of law enforcement. And Hochul and Mayor Mandami were against securing our border. They were against our massive tax cuts. They were against no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our seniors. They were against all of that. They fought it like hell. Is that right, Congressman? Am I right? Nick, right? They fought like crazy. I mean, we didn't get one vote. We have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and you cops get a lot of overtime, obviously. You get a lot of overtime. I made you a lot of money, but you deserve it. And no tax on Social Security. Think of it for the seniors, and a lot of seniors. Is anybody happy about that? Seniors, are you happy about it? Well, let me do a quick poll. If you had your choice of only having one, clap for the one you like best. No tax on tips. No tax on Social Security for our seniors. No tax on overtime. I know. I knew the one they'd like the best. But she wants to raise your taxes. Think of it. She and all these people are against these things. And if they get in, they're going to take them all away. They're all going away. Yeah, that'll be next. Yeah. That could happen, actually. If we keep making money like we're making, we're the hottest nation anywhere in the world right now. Hottest. We're building more plants and factories than any country anywhere in the world in history. Think of it. We're building, and the jobs are going to be fantastic. You know, in a couple of years, 2.5 years, somebody's going to be elected. And will you please remember one thing? Trump is the one that did it. These factories are all going to be opening up. They're going to be all opening up. They're going to be opening up, and they're going to say how brilliant they were, right, Todd? They're going to be saying, brilliant. Think of it. We have $19.2 trillion being invested in our country. You know why? Tariffs. We're making a fortune with tariffs. They like to say, oh, tariffs here. They have no idea what they're... Basically, if you build your plant here, if you make your product here, you don't pay tariffs. If you make your product in another country, I say, I want you to pay 50%. We don't want your product if you make it. So they're all moving in, and they're spending $19.2 trillion so far. It's actually more than that, because that's as of the first 13, 14 months, and it's been a little bit longer than that. But think of the next governor, and think of the next for your state, but more importantly, think of the next president. Your next governor is going to say, what a great job. You know how many factories and places are being built in all of the states? And your next president is going to say, what a great job I did. He'll be sitting around watching television, a real stiff. Unless you vote Republican, of course. But no, they'll be sitting, say, darling, look at the great job I did. I don't know what the hell's happening, but this country is good. I'm telling you, we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. $19.2 trillion is more than invested ever in history in any country. And another little stat, I love these stats. I love these. I hate reading these boring speeches because, to be honest with you, isn't it nice to have a president that doesn't have to read a teleprompter? Teleprompters are easy. They're bored. You get a little bored with teleprompters. But here's a stat that they never write down, but I think it's one of the most. At this moment, right now, there are more people working in the United States of America than ever before. We've never had anywhere, not even close. Think of that stat, right? Think of that stat. And one other thing I have to say, they keep talking about affordability. Affordability. I walk in, I'm in office one day, and those fakers, look at all that press back there. Wow, fake news. But they keep talking about affordability. When I got in, you remember the first news conference, it was one day, they started screaming, what about eggs? What about eggs? Eggs. I said, tell me about eggs. What's the problem? They're up 5 times higher than they were just a year ago. I said, I've just been here one day. And then they started screaming affordability. And, I made the statement, but they always misread it and everything else. But I said, the Democrats saying that is a hoax because they're the ones that cause the affordability. We're bringing the prices way down. Look at what's happening, coming way down. And after we finish defeating Iran, which is being very badly defeated, pretty soon I'll be declaring the Hormuz Strait a territory of the United States. Essentially, that's what it is. We have the blockade. No ships get through unless we want them to. But, and how about Venezuela? Venezuela was a one-day war. And now we work great with them. We've taken in millions and millions of barrels of oil. But we're doing really good. We're doing good in every way. You know, I built the military, and now I used it a little bit more than I wanted to, frankly, but that's okay, because we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. Do we agree? Can't let it. So most things are down. And I had, you know, before I started that, I had to make a journey. I said to my guys, I said to Howard, Scott, Marco, they're all fantastic. What a great group we have. But I said, fellas, we had just had the best month anyone's ever had as president. The numbers had just come out. I just got back. I was in Iowa helping some people. And I was in office. And we're looking at the pump. And it's $1.95 a gallon. And another one was $1.85. I was at $1.85 a gallon, and I meet them the following day. I said, I have bad news for you guys. We have to make a little journey to the Middle East because we have to put out a potential disaster, a potential very big fire like you've never seen. We can't let Iran keep going. They would have had a nuclear. If we didn't hit the B-2 bombers, if we didn't hit them, you would have had a nuclear weapon. And it would have been a very sad day for this country and for the entire world. So I said, we're going to have to put out the fire in the Middle East, and we've done that. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon. We have loaded up. So I just say this. So for you to pay a tiny little bit more for your gasoline, just remember, you're doing it so that a very evil country cannot have, a country really, it's the number one state sponsor of terror in the world. We don't want to have them have a nuclear weapon. So remember that when you have to pay a little bit more, you're at $4. It's okay. I mean, it's, I'll never apologize. I did the right thing. But you could, you know, if you didn't have, you'd be at, I mean, I had it down to below $2 in many states, but in California you can't include because they keep taxing. You lower the oil price and they end up taxing you more than what you lower it. But you just have to remember that what we're doing is a great service for the world, not only for ourselves, for the world. And we're really doing a great job. Our military is unbelievable. The blockade is unstoppable. It's a wall of steel. The blockade is a wall of steel. But the policies of Hochul and the Democrat colleagues like crooked, oh, she's the worst. Is she the worst? Crooked Attorney General Letitia James. She is the most dishonest, a real slob. You know, they had her. She got off on a technicality. They had her, but she got off on a technicality. But let's see what happens. You remember when she was campaigning and we will stop Donald Trump. She's not supposed to say that. She's the Attorney General. We will stop. She didn't know anything about me. But she campaigned on we will stop Donald Trump. Well, I think I'm hearing, am I here as president? Yeah. She's, by the way, Letitia James is a disgrace to law, order, law enforcement. She's a disgrace. She's a dishonest person, very dishonest, very crooked person. Remember, I used to say that about James Comey. I was right. These are dishonest. These are dirty cops. You know the expression? You got dirty cops, too. Letitia James is essentially a dirty cop. And you have a person running, who I just met today for the first time, and I've endorsed her, running for Attorney General. Where the hell are you, ma'am? Where are you? And I'm hearing you have a hell of a shot. Her resume is unbelievable. But the reason that all of the products in New York, pharmacies and convenience stores are all locked behind glass, how do you do that? You know, I used to go, you go into a drugstore, you go into a store, you buy something, you buy a toothbrush, you buy some toothpaste. Now you have to open up glass. It's no way to run a business. I don't know how the hell they can make money. They can charge you a lot. I don't care how much they charge. They can't be making any money. Actually, I have a store on Wall Street. And they said, sir, we're not going to make it. We're not going to make it. I go into the store. This is before I left. I go into this. It's a drugstore, well-known, big brand, good store, beautiful store, right across from the New York Stock Exchange in the building. And beautiful, everything's beautiful. There's only one problem. I walk into the store. I said, what's going on here? Every shelf has glass on it, and it's got a lock and a key. I said, why do you do that? How do you live like that? You want a toothbrush, or you want a little toothpaste, or you want to get a little Dove soap. You know, you have nice skin. One Dove. You can pour it gently on your face. Keep your skin very nice. You want a little of that good hair that can puff up your hair a little bit more, so it makes you look like you have 4% more hair than you had. They charge you a fortune. And you have to call the clerk. Sir, would you please help me? Yes, sir, I will. They open up a door at the last store, and they give you a bottle of shampoo. Give me a break. And that's because nothing happens to these criminals. Nothing happens to them. It's not like that in other places. It's not like that in other blue states. But it's not like that in Republican states, I can tell you that. But 3 weeks ago in Kathy Hochul's New York, a demented criminal with 14 prior arrests threw an elderly woman, you know, you saw it, onto the subway tracks, almost died. It was a miracle, barely lived. I mean, what's your definition of live? 2 weeks ago, a wonderful 12-year-old boy named Jacob Fritiz, you read about this one, was tragically shot and killed by a stray bullet fired by a repeat offender in a gun battle. He was having a gun battle with his friend, shooting bullets all over the place. Jacob was the son of a loving mom and a retired New York City police detective, and they are incredible people. And I think I heard that they may be with us today. Are you with us? May I introduce you? Please. Incredible, horrible story. What a horrible thing. But we're going after them. I just said we're going after. These are bad, sick. They're sick people. They're sick people. Also with us is former New York PD officer Ethan Corey. Where is Ethan? Ethan Corey, who 3 years ago arrested an illegal alien criminal in New York City. Oh, that's the guy. I remember. I remember him. He arrested someone for endangering a child, only to watch that migrant criminal be released under the sanctuary laws that Kathy Hochul so fervently supports. And just imagine the anguish that Ethan felt when he learned that that same monster was arrested for murder and murdering a beautiful young nursing student who became a very famous person after her death, unfortunately, Laken Riley in Georgia. Now, if they had the proper laws, you did your job, you did it, but they just released this animal into the world. I just want to thank Ethan Curry. Please accept our congratulations and our love. Thank you. Thank you, Ethan. And he was devastated. He was devastated. We've been together twice. But he was devastated because he had the guy. It was all done, and they released him. And he said, don't release him, don't release him, begged him. But they released him, and he went on. The following couple of days later, he killed Laken Riley. Thanks to our Republican majorities in Congress last year, it was my honor to sign the Laken Riley Act. Laken-Riley Act into law, helping us ensure migrant criminals are swiftly deported. It's been held up too. It's been people are following it very closely, but and we named it after Laken for a very good reason. The family was devastated. And I want to thank Bruce Blakeman for working closely with federal law enforcement to remove more than 2,000 migrant criminals from Nassau County. He removed 2,000 absolute total criminals. That's why your records are so good. That's why you're number one in the whole country. I got to check that, Bruce. I don't know about that. But that's why you're number one in the country. It's time for the people of New York to remind your politicians that their job is not to protect the criminals. Their job is to protect the good, hardworking people of New York. And that's why right here in Nassau County, Bruce Blakeman hired over 700 new police and correctional officers to keep New Yorkers safe. I don't know. Should we do this? Come on up, Bruce. Come on. Should we do it? Come up, Bruce.
You got it. Thank you very much, Mr. President. See, Sid Rosenberg's here. What do? You're supposed to be on radio. Listen, we are so honored to have President Trump join with us here today in these magnificent facilities that we have here in Nassau County to honor the men and women of our law enforcement professionals and firefighters. And especially we want to thank President Trump. And I mean this from the bottom of my heart because I meet mom and dads everywhere I go throughout the state. Thank you, Mr. President, for sealing our borders. There are less and less moms and dads that are burying their children from fentanyl and the illegal drugs that came through our porous borders during Biden-Harris. Thank you, President Trump, and God bless you for everything you do. We appreciate you. Keep going.
That's what you need. That's what you need. It'll be great. No doubt about it. A lot of times I'm with people and I'm sort of not very sure. I'm sure of this one. He's going to be great. The official communist platform calls for abolishing the police, abolishing prisons, abolishing qualified immunity, abolishing all immigration enforcement, and giving full amnesty to 50 million illegal aliens. How about that? One of Mayor Mondami's closest allies in New York, Daria Liza Avila, I've never heard of her. Who the hell is she? Called police pigs. They're pigs. She said they're pigs. And she said that end policing, full stop. That's her campaign. That's what she says, end policing, full stop. The radical extremist has not been disavowed by Chuck Schumer, who's a Palestinian. He's a full-fledged Palestinian. In fact, I'm looking for Palestinian garb. I'm going to send it to him for his birthday. I know him very well. Or crazy Nancy Pelosi. She's totally crazy. If you got to know her, you'd say she's crazy. Or Kathy Hochul, who's done such a poor job in New York. In fact, she has the congressional Democrats full support. Think of it. Every Democrat, not the people. The people are going to vote for Bruce Blakeman, but the politicians, they're all for her. Begrudgingly, I have to tell you. The mayor came in very late for her, if you remember. Communism is the greatest threat to our country in history, including World War I, World War II, Pearl Harbor, or even 9/11. Today we declare again that America is going to be greater than ever before. It's going to be great. You know, I had a little expression that I came up with called Make America Great Again, MAGA. Who thought that was going to happen when we first said it 10 years ago? All right? First said it. I came up, I said, that's a good sound. Who would have thought? But we're joined today by some of the warriors in Congress who are standing up for our values, including Representatives Nick LaLota, Andrew Garbarino, Nicole Malliotakis, and your former congressman, a friend of mine, Anthony D'Esposito. Anthony. And thanks as well to Sheriff Todd Hood, fantastic guy. Kaylee Buller, who's running. Anthony Constantino, who's running for Congress. Janine Driscoll and Mike LaPetri. Come on up, fellas, come on up. We got to get them in office. Come on up. Get up here. Come on up here. What the hell? It's late in the week. We have a couple of words.
Wow, we are so excited. Thank you, President Trump, for lighting this room on fire. We love the work you've done to make Nassau County the best county in New York. We appreciate all the devotion. And thank you for coming here today to support us to keep the Republican agenda going in Washington.
Thank you,
Thank you, Mr. President. America is the hottest nation because of you, sir. America's swagger is back. Our enemies fear us. Our allies respect us. And Mr. President, you are here because you know we choose common sense over chaos, and we 100% back the blue. God bless you, Mr. President. Thank you so much.
Long Island, are you fired up? Hey, listen here, Mr. President, thank you for being with us here on Long Island. Now listen, Suffolk County, we're pretty safe too. Any Suffolk County folks in the house? God bless Suffolk County too. Now listen, we Long Islanders, we want two things. We don't want to be able to move to Florida or North Carolina. We want to stay here. And we need two things to stay here. And you're helping us a lot, Mr. President. We want to make it more affordable. And you cutting our taxes helps us stay here on Long Island, but also making us safer. We got our cops here too. We love that you're supporting the blue. We love that you're here on Long Island. God bless you, Mr. President.
Hello, Long Island. How we doing? All right. Are we ready to elect Bruce Blakeman the next governor so the entire state can be safe? Well, I'm proud to represent Staten Island and Brooklyn. Sadly, it's part of Mondani's New York City, but we are going to change the tide in New York City and across America, and we're doing it already because of our Republican majority and this great president, Donald J. Trump. My mother fled communist Cuba, and we will never allow that to happen here in the United States, the greatest and freest country in the world. Thank you, and God bless.
I just want to say thank you very quickly to President Trump for inspiring me to be here. I wasn't a politician until very recently. I saw what he did for our country, stepping aside from his incredible business, and I decided I wanted to do the same thing because of him. And I tell you this, I think I'm still an objective person. Bruce Blakeman called me an anti-politician, so I have a clear message to everybody in New York State. Democrat, Republican, Independent, you have no choice anymore but to vote Republican, vote Bruce Blakeman, vote every Republican you can find, because the Democrats are destroying our state.
Thank you again, everybody. One thing we didn't mention today, but this would not have happened without the president. Let's thank him for getting our SALT deduction back. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. We can't forget this one here.
Thank you, Mr. President. You let me serve you in term 1. I helped on your transition team, and you let me serve you in term 2, and we are going to keep the House and keep enacting your agenda. Woo!
Thank you very much. They're fighters. What you need is fighters. Also with us is New York Republican Party Chair Ed Cox. Where's Ed? Thank you, Ed. Good job. You got a hot one going, Ed. A friend of mine for a long time, Nassau County Chair Joe Cairo. A longtime friend of mine, Senator Al D'Amato, I see is in the audience. Thank you, Al. And another friend of mine, another great politician, Peter King. Thank you, Peter. Great. We also have a fearless advocate for victims of crime who spoke at the 2024 Republican National Convention about the murder of her son, Husan. And I tell you, this was a big moment. Madeline Brame, where are you, Madeline? Where are you, Madeline? What a job that was. She got the biggest ovation of anybody in the place, including me. Including me. Thank you, Madeline. Thank you very much. She got a hand for 5 minutes. They were applauding you on the job because they got to know you on television, talking about your great son. And I appreciate it. Along with another passionate advocate for crime victims and a survivor of very violent crime, Jasmine Robles. Thank you. Thank you, Jasmine. And finally, and I have to tell you, he's become a friend of mine because I think he's just great. I used to watch him on television in a slightly different mode. He was a comedian, I guess, an actor. He's sort of everything, and now he does some of the best commentary of anybody anywhere in the world, talking about the Civil War, talking about everything having to do with patriotism. Kelsey Grammer. Thank you, Kelsey. I don't know what it is, you know. Originally, he made me laugh. Now, that doesn't easily go into civil wars and all the other wars he talks about, but you are really, maybe it's the voice, maybe it's the look, probably the voice. Must be the voice. But he's a great guy. There's nobody like him. Under the Trump administration, America is winning again, and America is respected again. All over the world, we're respected like never before, and that's because I put America first. We're first. And we're first in terms of many countries. When they need help, they call America. I don't always give it because sometimes they haven't been very good to us. You know, NATO wasn't there for us, by the way. You know, NATO was not there for us. We pay all that money for so many decades. Money, money, money. We say, yeah, give us a hand. Well, sure, would rather not. But we remember. We inherited the worst border in the history of the United States, so we quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country. We took the worst border, and within a 60-day period, we turned it into the best. And I did it twice. If you remember, I did it in 2016, and then they let it go. But the 2016 border was nothing compared to the border we just had. That border was horrible, what they let into this country. The 2016 was like a secure border by comparison, what we just had to go through. And we did it fast. Remember, they said you couldn't do it, you couldn't secure the border. I did it in really 30 days. 60 days became perfect, but really 30 days. And you know the only difference? Because they said you have to go back to Congress. Yeah, I didn't go back to Congress. The only difference is you had a different president. That's the only difference. In the past 15 months, a historic record of 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. And we take people in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. And it was just announced that the total number of attempted illegal border crossings is down by 94%. And by the way, water crossing, you know, for the drugs, 97% down. %97. You know, for years we've been interdicting, they like to say, but for years we've been grabbing those boats, bringing them into Miami and different places. They'd be let go in a matter of minutes. Always had good lawyers.
and they'd be back sailing sometimes that night. They don't sail anymore. They don't sail. And the 97%, in fact, we're going to give probably medals to some of the 3% because I think they happen to be the bravest people. Anybody getting into one of those boats to bring drugs into our country, I consider them to be among the bravest people anywhere in the world, either that or the dumbest people in the world. With the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history just now. Largest in American history. And they wanted to give you the largest tax increase in American history. You know, all my life I've been watching politics, and I wasn't a politician until relatively recently, but I've been watching. And I've always watched politicians, Democrat, Republican, Independent, they get up and we will cut your taxes, we will cut your, even if they didn't mean it, they always said it. These people actually say, we're going to raise your taxes. We're going to drive you crazy. We're going to do things that is shocking. That's why people are leaving New York, because of those policies. It's the dumbest thing I've ever seen. It can't work. It just can't work. And we have to be careful, because as a federal government, we don't want to throw good money after bad. They're destroying the city. They're destroying the state. We want to be there for the state, but we don't like what's happening is a guaranteed failure. It's a guaranteed failure. It's not like, oh, maybe it'll work. It's a guaranteed failure. We have to be very careful. Under our leadership, the stock market has set almost 80 all-time highs since the election. Set another one. More Americans are working today. As I said, to me, it's one of the cool, because, you know, they say, well, employment. They say, how's Trump doing in the economy? He's at 42 on the 42. We built the greatest machine in history. It's the greatest in history. More money invested, as I said, $19.2 trillion with a T, $19.2 trillion. And they say, how's he doing on the economy? Oh, he's okay. Not okay. When I say we have the most people working, and by the way, the fake news, you see those people? If I'm wrong by, I have to be very careful, because if I'm wrong by a half a point, it's headlines all over the place. When other presidents or Democrats make mistakes, that's okay. But if I misstate something slightly, just a little bit, like a half a point, quarter of a point, it's headlines all over the world. Which keeps me extremely honest, I must be honest with you. Under my most favored nation policy on drug prices, we're delivering the largest prescription drug price cuts in the history of our country by far. With price differences of 400, 500, and even 600%. And the headline in most of the papers this morning was the largest drug price decrease in 65 years. And that alone should win us the midterms, really. That alone, because that reduces health care, reduces everything. For decades, Americans paid the highest prices for prescription drugs. We paid more for prescription drugs than anywhere in the world, and now we pay the lowest price anywhere in the world for prescription drugs. And I could tell you how I did it, but it's too boring. All I know is you had to get other countries to agree, and I got every one of them to agree. You know why? If they weren't going to do it, I said, I'm going to raise tariffs on you. I'm going to put 100% tariff. It's going to be 10 times more. Sure, we'd love to do it. We'd be honored to double our prices. They had to double their prices in order for us to get the reduction. But think of that, 400, 500, 600%. We should win the midterms on that alone. We're making the largest ever investment in the United States Armed Forces. Our armed forces are the best in the world. I built it during my first term, including Space Force, which has turned out to be very important. And now we're using it. We won in Venezuela, which is now working with what nobody's ever seen. We're taking millions and millions of barrels of oil out every single week. And we're likewise winning big with the Islamic Republic of Iran. Nobody has any idea how successful we are. They don't want to write it, but they know. You know who knows how well we're doing? Iran. Think of it. They have no navy. It's totally gone. 159 ships. They had a total of 159 ships. 159 ships are right now at the bottom of the sea. They had 212.
Very nice airplanes, some bought from the United States brilliantly through Obama. Barack Hussein Obama. Have you heard of him? Barack Hussein Obama. And every one of their airplanes is shot down. It's gone. They have no leadership. Their leadership is gone. Their first tour is gone. Their second tour is gone. Their third tour is half gone. That's one of my problems. There's nobody to negotiate with. It is a problem. I said, are you sure this guy's okay? It's the only country in the world where nobody wants to be president. But their radar's gone. All of their high intelligence equipment is gone. Their manufacturing of missiles is 82%. They still have missiles, but not a lot. They still have drones, but just a fraction of what they had. But their manufacturing is largely gone. And I read an article in one of the fake newspapers the other day. Iran is in very good position. They have 350% inflation. Their currency is valueless. I read today where their currency is of no value. And the New York Times said, Iran is doing quite well in the war. These guys, fake news is just fake news. There's nothing you can do about it. They're sick. They're just as sick as their partners, the Democrats. In just 18 months, we've turned this country completely around. Our border is secure. Our jobs are up. Inflation is way down. Investment is pouring in. Factories are opening. Our military is more powerful than it has ever been. And America is back, and our greatest victories are still to come. Our greatest victories are yet to come. It's amazing. Amazing what we've done. What we've done, and I would not have said we would have done this in a year and a half, but in a year and a half. And I tell the story all the time. The King of Saudi Arabia, 2 years ago, I was there, and he said, you know, I was in office for a little while, like 6 months, so it was a year ago, and he was with me, good guy, smart guy, under siege, by the way. All those countries are because Iran was known as the bully of the Middle East. And he said, you know, sir, that a year ago we said your country was dead, and now you have the hottest country anywhere in the world. He said that. That's where I got the expression. Many other leaders say the same thing. Every other leader says it, but a lot of them don't like saying it publicly. So in conclusion, with the help of our Republican majorities in Congress, we will crush violent crime to the lowest levels ever. Already there. We're already there. Lowest levels, best crime levels in 125 years on murder and most of the other crimes. We will impose harsh new penalties for dangerous repeat offenders. We will crack down on Marxist prosecutors. We will never abolish the police. Instead, we will abolish the sanctuary cities. We will abolish them. We will destroy them. We will take them out. We're going to take them out of service. And we will immediately end no cash bail. We will pass the great health care plan to stop all payments to big insurance companies. You have to understand, the insurance companies are totally controlled, 100%. They're totally controlled by the Democrats, and give the money directly to the people. They give billions and billions of dollars to insurance companies. We're giving them directly to the people. You go out, you buy your own health insurance, and you have money left over. You end up with better health insurance. So you're going to get better health insurance at a lower cost. And finally, we will pass the Save America Act to defend our sacred American elections. Because all voters must have photo ID, and all voters must provide proof of citizenship. Have to do it. We have to do it. And mail-in ballots, we're going to make them so secure you have no idea. If you want to stay home, you can do it, but we got to make them secure because they are crooked as hell. So thank you. Thank you very much. And we'll also enshrine permanent law. There will be no men in women's sports, and there will be no transgender surgery for your children. No more. And we've essentially killed DEI. Isn't that nice? No more DEI. I don't see the people behind me big on DEI. Were you big on DEI, anybody? That's not a DEI group, I can tell. It never was, by the way. So, ladies and gentlemen of Nassau County, the golden age of America is upon us. It's the golden age. We've never had anything like it. And together with your help and patriots all across this magnificent land, we will make America powerful again. We've already done that. We will make America wealthy again. We've already done that. We will make America healthy again. We're trying to do that. We will make America strong again. We've done that. We will make America proud again. We've done that. We will make America safe again. We've largely done that. And above all, we will make America great again. Thank you very much. God bless you. God bless you. Thank you, everybody.
And what I find, I keep unplugging my hard drive there. And what I find interesting, what I find interesting is that people are so against "Make America Great Again." It's like they just don't like America. I don't understand. I don't understand. Pretty soon, the background will not go away. The background will be what the background really is. Anyways, let me go ahead and address a couple of things here, because I think the questions are legit. There's nothing wrong with questions. But what I have a problem with is misinformation, or people coming in here lying about stuff. That I don't like. Okay, but let's address the situation here. The war in Iran. Okay, the war on Iran. The Democrats don't want us to finish that war. They keep using it just to kind of make President Trump look bad. I get it, but they don't want us to stop. Okay, a lot of people in here that don't like Trump. First, he was a coward. He's not going to do it. This is what the left said. You pay attention, because the left says, oh, when Trump said that he was going to go and attack Iran, they were making fun of Trump. They said, oh, he'll never do it. He'll never do it. He'll never do it. And then now he's doing it. All of a sudden, all the leftists are mad at him. Well, I'm going to tell you something. It is very obvious what's happening. It is very obvious from the beginning that the people on the left, they just don't like Trump. Now, what pisses me off about it is that they're hating us because they don't like Trump. When I say make America great again, well, I noticed that the United States of America was a lot better in the 90s. Even though we had some wars, we were a lot better in the 90s. We have brought in a lot of TPS, a lot of DACA documents were handed out to migrants in this country. And ever since Democrats continue to win and come in power, the illegal immigration issue is getting worse and worse and worse. And the reason for that, I think the reason for that, it's one of them is, of course, the border. That was the biggest thing. But the second is making all these DACA document holders that have been here for over 5-10 years. Listen, I'm not saying that everybody that comes here and stays for that long should get papers. What I'm saying is that they had some whatever the circumstances were, brought them here. It gives them legal status to work. And they have proven themselves to be good people. They should be given the option to become residents. And they didn't. Why? Because illegal immigrants continue to pour into this country. And unfortunately, leftists, activists, people, well, they continue to drop the ball on that. Now, with that being said, the economy, I think the economy is good. If you say, Dennis, you are a moron. Yeah, you can say I'm a moron because I know things are expensive. But what I'm saying is that the economy is good. We're bringing more jobs back into our country. Manufacturers are coming back into our country. That is not going to happen overnight. It's going to take probably a few years, but we're bringing them back, and that is the point. Now, one of you guys in here, or a few people in here on the chat pointed out the unemployment. Well, I said, well, unemployment is high because people don't want to work. Why would people want to work when you have free money, free health care, free food, you know what I'm saying? Free housing. Why would you want to work? It just doesn't give you an incentive to work. Or why would I want to work if I can get a job under the table? You know what I noticed at Home Depot? It's not just the Hispanics now anymore. Now it's black Americans. Now it's white Americans. I kid you not. It's not just, the illegal looking type, right? It's not just our Hispanic people. It's not just, Haitians or, Ukrainians or Russians or whatever. It's not those kind of people. It's actual Americans are actually at Home Depot now. Why? Because you get paid $25, $30 an hour for a job under the table. No taxes. And as long as you're reporting that you're not working, you get free health care, free food. That's why, my friends, I think that the system is being abused. And the more we continue to allow these things to happen, the worse it's going to be. I want you to understand that, please. Immigration has to be controlled so that people don't abuse it. When people see that there is a crack, for example, we would have finished this war months ago against Iran. But the Democrats continue to fight us, continue to fight President Trump, taking him to court. Can you imagine? Our enemies? Holy shit, I'm glad that there's Democrats in the United States of America because this guy took out our Air Force. This guy took out our Navy. We're screwed. Thank God for Democrats, is what our enemies are saying. Thank God, thank Allah for Democrats who are stupid enough to give away the country, who are stupid enough to give away the wealth. Thank God for Democrats. That's what the enemies say of the United States of America. China, as soon as President Trump put the tariffs on, President Xi was like, shit. You know what? Hey, you know how we got that Chinese spy in Congress, right? Yeah. China is got a lot more spies in here than you think. Yeah, the Chinese Communist Party pays for a lot of the protest that the libtards do. All those signs that you make, that you see, that's right. Communist China supporting them. You didn't know that. You better do some research. Go do some research. But I'm telling you right now, when China saw that the Democrats were fighting against the tariffs, CNN, ABC, MSN, all these new outlets, all of a sudden they brought this doctorates in economics. They even had one of those coming to my channel when I only had a few people on. He said, I'm an economist for 30 years. And I can tell you that these tariffs are going to create a recession and the country's economy is going to go down the drain. I said, no, it's not. How about that? I've been a 30-year economist with a doctorate, probably a fake doctorate from India. But I was right and he was wrong. Imagine common sense winning over stupid theories and chaos. Very interesting. I find that very interesting. With that being said, the Strait of Hormuz, it is amazing to hear how the leftists talk about the Strait of Hormuz. Oh, well, if it wasn't for Trump, the Strait of Hormuz wouldn't be controlled by the Iranian regime. Bitch, it doesn't belong to them. Why don't you say, hey, wait a minute. The Strait of Hormuz does not belong to Iranians. It doesn't. Why don't you say that? Why don't you say that? Oh, boy. I wish people would do that. I wish people would. Acknowledge me! Strait of Hormuz does not belong to the Iranian regime. You understand? So what I find very interesting is the people that come in here and tell me that President Trump had no right. He had every single right. I like how nobody on the left comes in here and tells me, so what? So what if the Iranian regime killed over 45,000 of their own people to make a point to President Donald Trump? So what? I wish you would. Then I can take you serious. I can take you seriously if you would. Speak up the truth. Not just some bullshit, not just some lies that you're regurgitating for your machine. You know what I'm saying? Don't worry, guys. There's still a lot more to happen, but I gotta go grab me some tacos. It's raining tacos from out of the sky. Tacos. No need to ask why. Just open your mouth and close your eyes. It's raining tacos. Man, don't worry, man. I'm about to go live in Mobile One. You guys know what that is. I'm gonna go ahead and grab me some tacos, and then I'm gonna go ahead and go live on our cell phone, and I'm gonna go ahead and allow you guys to call in and participate if you want to. Only if you want to. Remember though, you better bring some facts. Make me do some research, that's fine, but bring some facts. Oh, Vilma, some ceviche sounds good, but we don't have that kind of stuff over here. I might make it. One of these days. I know how to make it. I make it really good. Anyways, guys, hey, love you all. Thank you so much for being here with me. Hey, God bless you. God bless your family. God bless the USA. I will see you guys after I eat some tacos, because that's how I get down. If I don't eat my tacos, I might just get too cranky. And, well, I don't want to be cranky. Plus, I really want, and I am very craving those tacos, so I got to go get them. I'll see you on the next one, guys.